Good morning, everyone. Oh dear. Good morning, everyone. This is the first time I've had to call a meeting at 9:01. We are normally nine o'clock, so we'll call the meeting to order at 9:01 and welcome everybody to the July Planning Committee meeting of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. I can confirm that we have quorum and that we have senior staff. In fact, we have quorum with everybody present in the chamber. Public input on this July 16th agenda was invited through the following email address, which is planning@muskokalakes.ca. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and a YouTube channel. And by participating in this open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We have two items on the supplementary agenda. One with respect to some documentation coming in with respect to the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary, and we have a delegation from Peter McKenna regarding the Algonquin International Corporation. Before we begin, let me ask committee if they have any pecuniary interest on any of the items on the agenda today. And if you do have some, realize that you have some, please let us know. So we will start today with our two delegations. The first one being Mr. Steve White on behalf of the Crawford Street residents. As always, our delegates and have 5 minutes. Good morning, Mr. White. And good morning. Can you turn your microphone on for us? It's certain there's a little switch on the top.
Oh. Am I better for you? Age is a terrible thing. The rest of you aren't struggling the way I do. Obviously not for the weak. Okay, I'll hit the 5 minutes, Chair, so I have a timer here. You don't need to give me a nudge. Okay, good morning. My name's Steve White. And
your address, Mr. White?
I was getting to that. My address is 1184 Crawford Street and Rosso. And I'm here today to address the Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary zoning bylaw application as a delegate. So I stand here before you today representing and advocating for the members of the Crawford Street community. For a variety of reasons, those other members are unable to attend today. This zoning bylaw amendment, like all zoning applications, may have modifications added to it by this committee, and it's to this that I would like to address today. The requirement for a noise abatement plan within the site plan. Principally, the need to ensure that residents who are currently or will in the future directly face animal enclosures or structures along Crawford Street and the need to protect them from nuisance noise. Noise, especially but not entirely limited to that of recent exotic animals housed at Aspen Valley, has been at the heart of the issues between the community and the applicant. Community members, such as Carolyn Pierce, have had to endure nuisance noise issues that led to her leaving her property for the whole of last summer in order to escape it. Her house is opposite and no more than 100 meters from the subject enclosures. For those further along Crawford Street, they too have had to endure similar problems. Township staff have been struggling to respond to complaints, and the narrative as to which bylaw applies to the sanctuary with regard to nuisance such as noise has constantly shifted. The new noise bylaw denies residents an avenue for complaint. No compensating bylaw has been amended or enacted to address this issue. The suspension of the license would do nothing to remove the source of the noise. So, what I'm here today to discuss is suggesting a prevention rather than a cure. Given this background and following a meeting with the planning staff on the 3rd of June, after the last public meeting when Steve Stone, Caitlin Walker and myself were present, there was an expectation that a noise abatement plan might be submitted by the applicant to deal with this concern. Examples cited by the planning manager included a noise attenuation walls that would project the noise upward and away from residents and was seen as being an acceptable solution. These walls are lightweight, easy to install and effective. A noise abatement plan is conspicuously absent from the applicant's response to the concerns raised at the public meeting. So, noise past and noise future remains the #1 concern for residents. Noise management is addressed on page 17 of the township staff's report to this committee, and reminds you that this committee may amend or modify the draft bylaw. It suggests that you might stipulate that a suitably sized noise attenuation fence be erected along the Crawford Street frontage in the vicinity of the new enclosures and may be actioned through a site agreement plan. Last year's noise issues demonstrated how an unguarded act by the sanctuary can impact the community and how difficult it is for the sanctuary to resolve the problems once animals have been taken in. The sanctuary director has already stated that this situation could arise again, and there is no guarantee that next time, rather than being a transitory problem, it may become a permanent one. To that end, every new enclosure should come with an agreed noise abatement measures. Vegetation in and of itself is insufficient, is present already, takes considerable time to grow, and given the number of complaints generated last year, did nothing to ameliorate the problem. Physical barriers are required to direct sound away from residences as per the staff report. This suggestion should chime with Aspen Valley's stated desire to understand and address the needs of Crawford Street residents, and would go a long way to offset future problems. Additionally, it would have the effect of reducing contact time with bylaw staff and so reducing their burden as well. A win-win. To this end, Township is requested to modify the application from Aspen Valley so that noise abatement is managed proactively through the use of noise attenuation walls that may divert sound away from residences, ameliorate future issues, and reduce the number of complaints to bylaw staff.
Mr. White, if you could wrap it up, please.
I'm right there. This modification to the application should be applicable to the current enclosures and sea containers that form part of the application and to any other structures or enclosures that are constructed along Crawford Street corridor in the vicinity of private residences as part of a modification to the zoning bylaw. 8 seconds over, Chair.
Thank you very much.
I'm open to questions if any of you would like to ask them.
Committee, do you have the questions go through the chair? Does committee have any questions? Thank you very much.
And please hold on to that to the back end of the day when you see the other half of Aspen Valley's application. Thank you for your time.
Our second delegation is Mr. Peter McKenna regarding the Algonquin International. Is he here? All right. I guess we'll move on to our next application. Is he online? Okay.
So with this doing the corporation?
Yeah.
You're doing it now?
No, but are you Peter McKenna?
No, I'm not.
Oh, Peter McKenna asked to be a delegate, and if he is here, we could have him as a delegate. But if he's not here, we're moving on to the next application. All right. All right, the next application is our concurrent zoning bylaw amendment and a consent application. It is B070826/ML and ZBA 12/26, and it's Ms. Darling. Yes,
If I may, Chair, I'd like to introduce Kirsten Darling. She is our newest planner. She's working through MHBC, who's been contracted to assist us this summer with some of our planning applications. The committee may recognize her from before. She actually is a former employee of the township. So thank you.
welcome back, Ms. Darling.
Good morning, committee. The first applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B070826 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1226 in the name of ENDICOTT and Singleton. The subject lands are known municipally as 2755 Lake Muskoka Shore. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning and consent sketches on page 32 and 33 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the submitted consent applications was to create 2 new waterfront residential lots. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone severed lot 1 and severed lot 2 from waterfront residential steep slope and/or narrow water body WR6-7 to waterfront residential steep slope and/or narrow water body WR5-7. ZBA 1226 also seeks to permit the retained lot to have a lot frontage of 624 feet and 3.2 acres of lot area, to permit the retained lot to permit 1 dwelling and 3 sleeping cabins, and to repeal the site-specific bylaw 2002-60. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance of this meeting, and 6 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Kevin Gano, the township's deputy fire chief, and Chriselle Story, the township's land and agreements coordinator, all stating no objections to the applications. Comments were received from Matt Veach, the development and transportation engineering coordinator, stating no objection to the application, but stating that civic addressing changes may be required. If required, address changes should be completed. Department. Comments were received from Riley, planner at the District of Muskoka, stating that they would not be opposed to the applications, provided that the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study by Riverstone Environmental Solutions. Comments were received from Gillian Sylvester, the westerly neighbor, stating that I am currently the owner of Tall Timbers Island 1M26, which is adjacent to the proposed severance of the 2 300-foot lots in the bay. I am in total support of the severances of these lots. The lots are currently owned by the ENDICOTTs and their extended families. I have no relation to them, but in support of this proposal of lot severances. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that consent application B070826 ML be approved, subject to standard conditions of consent, that a consent agreement be entered into to implement the recommendations of the EIS, and the property be rezoned to meet the minimum lot frontage and area requirements of the zoning bylaw for each proposed lot. Lastly, staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1226 be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zerback. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee and staff. Stefan Sherback with Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I'm here representing the Singleton and ENDICOTT families who obviously own the subject lands. The main reason for the subject request is really to ensure that the bulk of the property remains in the family name. They've been residents on this lot for many, many moons, and I know they are going to address committee shortly, just right after myself. Having heard the presentation from Ms. Darling and read the staff report, I fully agree that the subject severances and concurrent zoning applications fully meet, or in some cases exceed, the new lot requirements within the official plan. There are several minor development constraints that are located on the lands, and the applicants have completed the required environmental review, the slope analysis, et cetera, to ensure that the 2 severed lots can properly accommodate future development. Just briefly to touch on the zoning request, we also agree with Ms. Darling's reasons and rationale for supporting the number of zoning requests. No new development is proposed on the retained portion, and obviously there are a number of very small existing legal non-complying structures. Collectively, they account for 1% of the lot coverage for that retained parcel. They have no plans to do anything with that property. They are happy with what they have on that retained lot. So in conclusion, I share the opinions of Ms. Darling and find that the application conform to the intent of the district and township official plans, the zoning request, and also fully supportive of the conditions in front of you for the severance application. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Surback. Do the owners wish to speak? Come on, please come up. Good morning, and if you could start with your name and address.
Good morning. My name is Felicity ENDICOTT. I'm one of the owners of 2755. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about our cottage and my attachment to Muskoka. My great-grandfather bought some land on Tall Timbers Island in 1917. And my grandfather spent his teen years there and loved Muskoka so much that he bought a piece of land opposite, on the shore opposite, in 1938. He spent every summer there with his wife and his 3 kids. The early days were spent in a tent with an outdoor kitchen, and gradually Grandpa built an uninsulated cabin and 3 sleeping bunkies. Or sorry, 2 sleeping bunkies. When my grandparents died, the cottage was passed down to my father and his 2 sisters. And then later, my father's share was passed down to me and my brother. My will leaves my share to my 2 kids, but hopefully not for a long time. I have spent every summer in Muskoka for 63 years. Summers were filled with cousins, swimming, canoeing, and outdoor meals prepared by my grandmother. In addition, my dad would bring us up in the fall on weekends. And in those days, you could leave Toronto after school and be here in 2 hours. As a teacher, I had the luxury of having summers off. So my 2 children have also spent all their summers in Muskoka. They learned to swim at the Kettles and paddle to Mortimer's Marina for ice cream. My kids continue to come as much as possible given their work schedules. This weekend, they'll be using the cottage with their friends and without their parents. The extended family wants to stay in Muskoka for many years to come, but unfortunately, we're in a situation where my brother is ill and needs money. This severance would allow us to buy him out, but keep the bulk of the property for the remaining owners to enjoy. Your approval today will help ensure we can continue to use the cottage as we have done for the past 80+ years. Thank you for your time and consideration of our proposal.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the chamber who is wants to speak in support of this application? Please. Well, we'll get to the online, but I think we see someone in the chamber. Would you like to speak? Yes, of course. You've got 5 minutes if you'd like. And start with your name and address for us.
And it's not scary. I'm Sharon Mortimer, and am I on? I guess I am.
Okay.
I'm Sharon Mortimer. I am, I was until recently the power of attorney for Margaret Elizabeth Mortimer, my mother-in-law.
Could we have your address?
1155 Whiteside Road in
Right.
Port Carling.
Thank you.
I'm now an executor in that estate. She passed recently, and we've just 2 weeks ago, we had a celebration of life for her. So Margaret Elizabeth Mortimer's property abuts the property. We own the mainland property. So you're probably bought from the Mortimers at some point down the road. I just wanted to say, just really quick, I know I've got 5 minutes, less than that now. My mother-in-law was very active in severances in Muskoka. She chaired the Muskoka Land Division Committee for probably a decade or close to it, and later ran and was elected as a councillor and in the Township Muskoka Lake. So I think she's here in spirit, I hope so, and overseeing this. First of all, I just want to say that the family was somewhat confused by the postings. The posting of this application was on our property, and that caused some confusion for us. We weren't sure why that was the case. And we also had some confusion expressed to us by other property owners who were beneficiaries of the right-of-way. So they came to us with concerns that the existing right-of-way was not able to handle any further traffic, and we explained that this application had nothing at all to do with the right-of-way. But I'm just here to speak to that because it was mentioned to us that there was some concerns. And I remember the Endicotts. Everybody in our family, my children, everybody, we used to do a shift working at the marina. And I remember the Endicotts in a little white boat. I think it was a white boat or something. Yes, coming out of the bay. And sometimes there'd be periodic discussions on the docks about, whether they should get a right of way, but it was never a priority. And I think you've expressed that you're comfortable with what you have. It's never been a priority to have land access. They were quite happy with just water access. 2 years ago, we had an agent approach one of the other powers of attorney at the time, and I was peripherally involved at that, about acquiring a right-of-way. They really wanted to access the land, access to the property. And so we pulled the whole family together at that time. My mother-in-law really wasn't able to make any decisions regarding that. So in her capacity, we did consult with a solicitor, and the solicitor advised us to get in touch with the conveyancer. So we have done some legwork on what would be involved in getting a right-of-way to the property. And it's still ongoing. You can only imagine how complicated this is. It was, remainder of Crown lands that's been divided, and it's quite complicated. So one of the concerns is the existing right-of-way has some issues, and we're looking at perhaps whether it should be changed from the old registry system right-of-way with all its windy curves and twists and turns and having to back up to driveways when you meet cars and things like that, to a corporation-owned dominant tenement. Is there a better option for this right-of-way? Because it is, the recent storms we've had have indicated that the current right-of-way physically maybe isn't the best way to go, and maybe there's a better access to those cottages through another point across Mortimer's land. Actually having land access or a right-of-way would greatly increase the value of those properties, and it would allow for easier development of those properties if time came, as well as increasing the tax base for the municipality if there was land access to them, by increasing the values. So we're concerned. We hadn't really heard much from the family in the last 2 years. I guess we recognize that they have every right to sever, and I'm certainly not here to object to their application at all. But I just wanted to say that we just had concerns about what is the status of the request for a right-of-way. That is our concern, and I just wanted to state that right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this application or against this application?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
And we can see you.
Okay, lovely.
Good morning. If
good
you could
morning.
start with your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Oh, hi. My name is Katie Singleton, and I'm one of the owners of the property 2755 Muskoka Lakes. You may be able to hear my faint English accent. Or it might not be so faint now. I grew up in a fairly gritty area in London, and throughout my childhood spent summers in Muskoka. The contrast between London and Muskoka is striking, as you can imagine. For as long as I can remember, I've loved the beauty and calm of Muskoka, the sound of the water, the smell of the summer woods, and the crunch of leaves underfoot in the fall. My mother, who's 93, continues to come over from England every year to spend her summer at the cottage, as she has since she was born. My sister and her family also come over nearly every summer. My cousin is unwell and needs to take his share out of our family property. After 5 generations, all of us feel a special attachment to our land and cottage, and I'm certain it's a difficult and painful decision for him. I support stewardship of the Muskoka environment. I love watching the little fish nests appear each spring in our bay and seeing the deer walk past in the early morning. I want the lake to be healthy and the woods to flourish. I also love the way we live in Muskoka, which has remained the same for generations. We have a modest cottage, little sleeping bunkies, and use a small outboard. We still have that little white boat. As children, we happily slept in tents. As we got older, our knees and backs filed a formal objection. So a small additional sleeping cabin was eventually approved by family council to restore order, and then thankfully approved by the township. What we're asking for preserves what we have, our older, smaller cottage surrounded by the same pine woods we've always loved. We're asking to formalize an arrangement that already reflects how this property has been shared and cared for within our family for 5 generations, and the expectation that it will continue that way for many more generations. The presentation about the road was actually quite surprising, and I'm very sorry to hear that Mrs. Mortimer has passed away. I mean, I can speak very quickly to the fact that we're perfectly happy with the way we are using the road at the moment. And if the Mortimer family is interested in discussions, we're happy to start those discussions. But at the time of this severance application, there's no intention to start using the road or to add road access. So thank you for your favorable consideration for our severance application.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any others? No? Very well. Committee, time for questions. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I'm not sure who should answer this. I have 2 questions. First question is just, I'm totally confused by the road issue. Could somebody clarify what we're talking about here? Because it's, what do you say?
Mr. Surback, would you like to
It's
talk
not
to
part of
that?
the application.
It's not part of the application and perhaps.
Okay, I'm just understanding how it affects this in any way.
That's right. There's nothing in this application that deals with any of the road access. No, the severance applications are water access only.
Yeah.
So there's conditions in there to ensure that future owners use a marina. So there's no added use to any private agreements, you know, to get some road access. But yeah, technically what we're dealing with here is they're all water access type properties. Thank you.
Make sure I didn't miss something. One more question?
Supplemental, yeah,
2.
or another?
The other one is just a technicality, perhaps for you. I didn't understand the footage on the retained lot, and I was trying to figure out, we've taken 600 feet approximately away from the existing retained lot, but it goes down by 200, and I think it has to do with something, the way you measure it. It goes from 826 to 624, and I was just trying to, did I miss something? It has to do with obviously straight line, I think, versus, yeah, and there's no clarification in here, if you don't mind.
Ms. Darling?
Through the chair, so frontage is measured through straight lines. So on a property like this, it would be on the longest from point to point. When the 2 lots were taken out, the longest point from one side lot line to the other is the 624 feet. So it's just due to the way that zoning frontage is measured is the reason that
The line moved when you moved
That's
that lot.
correct.
Instead of going all the way across, it went, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it has
That's
to
what I
do,
assumed it was.
it has to do where the new proposed lot line is.
Thank you.
Committee, any other questions? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Just looking at the drawing on page 33. In the conditions, do both lots have to be severed? Or if not, does lot 2 come off first so it doesn't create a lot without a severance?
Ms. Darling, I think that's a question on which order do the severance have to be done? Was that your question,
Yes.
Councillor Edwards? Mr.
So,
Bone.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, In my past experience, we'd actually have a reference as a condition that both lots be created and registered at the same time. So that may be that we have to clarify that condition.
Thank you.
Committee, any other questions? Right. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that consent application B 0708/26 ML be provisionally approved subject to the following conditions. That the certificate of consent under section 53(42) of the Planning Act, along with the transfer and preparation, be prepared by a solicitor and shall be given to the Secretary Treasurer within 2 years from the date the notice of the decision was given. That one hard copy and a digital copy of a satisfactory registered reference plan of the severed lands prepared by an Ontario land surveyor be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, which corresponds to the application as submitted. A draft copy of the reference plan shall be provided to the Secretary Treasurer for review and approval prior to the registration on title. The cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of newly created vacant lots, or the entire lands, whichever is less. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage systems be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That a satisfactory consent application under section 51(26) of the Planning Act be entered into with the township and registered on title of the lands and contain provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Limited, dated April 2026, to secure satisfactory long-term mainland parking and docking facilities for each retained and severed lot, and to prohibit the use of public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access. That the property be rezoned to meet the minimum lot frontage and the area requirements of the zoning bylaw for each proposed lot. Committee, do we have any discussions on that? Seeing none, I call.
Just one more. I believe we're going to amend that resolution. Haven't it?
Thank you. We're going to make a minor amendment to that resolution. So before I call a vote, let me.
A minute.
A minute for.
Five.
So take 5.
Quick 5.
But no discussion of the application at the moment. So I think we're adding the point that the severances have to happen jointly. Because I've already read the original because I've already read the original amendment, we're going to have to go through a process to change that. So moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Roberts, be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add condition 7, and that condition being that the acting solicitor provide a legal undertaking confirming that title to the severed lots will be registered concurrently. Any discussion? All those in favor? That carries. All those in favor of the motion as amended? And that carries too. Thank you very much. All right, our next item is Ms. Walker is going to talk to us about ZBA 26/20. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mc. Someone's got to keep me on track here. All right, after this, we're going to get Mr. McKenna is online, so we can bring him in. He was our delegate that wasn't available at the time. I think that was a consent application. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amended application ZBA 12/26 be approved. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. All right. Now, Mr. McKenna, who was not, he's not, is he in the waiting line? The person in the waiting room whose name is owner, can you confirm whether you are Mr. McKenna or not? Yep. Let's see what happens. If it's not Mr. McKenna, we can ask them to leave. Is anything happening? Okay.
I say, this is Peter McKenna online.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
If we could have your address as well, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Peter McKenna. I reside at 1006 Boyd's Bay Road. and I'm speaking specifically with regard to ZBA 19/25. As a note to file, I am a professional land developer. I've had a chance to review this matter, and I've revised with regard to the permits granting zoning and planning uses for the property. My concerns are that there are septic, sewage field planning and location issues. During a previous planning meeting, I requested a copy of the septic permit application and a copy of the actual septic plans for the site. This request was denied as the information was deemed private by the township and would not allow the information to be released without permission of the applicant, which was denied. Kindly note, this response was illegal on behalf of the township. All applications and granted permits are deemed to be in the public realm and must be made available to a citizen upon request. I've discussed this issue with my municipal planner, Ms. Vivian Patel, and upon an in-depth study, Ms. Patel holds to the opinion that the septic field is illegal and should not have been permitted in the first place. Further, she states that the municipality should correct the error and enforce the movement of the septic field to a location that complies with Part 8 of the Ontario Building Code. Included in the notice of a public meeting and application filings, the proponent's own consultant, Jamie Nairn of Beacon Environmental Limited, states in numerous locations that the number of the as-built elements are not consistent with the registered site plan agreement. As defined in RRO 1990, Regulation 385 Sewage Systems under Environmental Protection Act, Revised Statutes of Ontario 1990, C190, as defined, sewage or effluent shall not emit, discharge, seep, leak, or otherwise escape from the sewage system into any part thereof into a piped water supply, a well water supply, a water course, groundwater, or surface water. Further, no connections to the sewage system from non-sewage wastewater sources shall be made. Ergo, building a sewage system within an identified constrained area is deemed illegal as built by Algonquin originally. In reference to the proposed site plan, the current and future location of the septic field is approximately 50% in the noted constrained area. The constrained area is defined in the proponent's update to a mitigation measures following construction of Marine Museum and associated development at 1512 Muskoka Road, 118 West, prepared by Beacon Environmental, dated February 2025, as a series of ponds and connections with a series of 7 ponds on the subject property. The entire area is deemed constrained by the proponent's own consultant, and is most likely refers to a high water table, surface water, and the potential for sewage leachate into the water table and pond stream system. The RRO 1990 Sewage Systems under Environmental Protection Act specifically states there must, this is not could be, there must be a 15-meter setback from such features. The constrained area is deemed to be part of the watercourse area under provincial planning policy. The proponent's consultant, Beacon Environmental Limited, has stated in their report, Beacon understands that the final as-built footprint of the development is different from the initial site plan in the following locations. Within the recommended 15-meter buffer from the ponds and watercourses, the proposed septic location was altered and now encroaches approximately 3 meters into the buffer on the down gradient side of the pond at the north. 7 parking spaces now encroach into the buffer. The area between the parking spots and the adjacent pond and watercourse varies between 8 to 15 meters. The area identified in the original site plan, Area 11, on May 31, 2022 site plan is a buffer area, coniferous and deciduous tree cover and shrubs to be provided, is not a buffer course, and there's a service driveway which passed through this supposed buffer course. It is further stated in the reports from the proponent that the Township of Muskoka Lakes Building Department official, Mr. Sandy Boss, allowed the alteration of the regulations for this septic system at a site meeting. The Act specifically states in all regulations that these are not suggestions, variables, or recommended. The Act specifically states these regulations must be adhered to.
Mr. McKenna, you're at your 5 minutes now.
Then I will conclude. You have this in writing. My conclusion is this. The current septic field that they're applying to expand the uses on the property, therefore expanding the usage of the septic field, should be delayed and reviewed. There have been no water testings done. I've checked into it. Also, the current septic field is illegal. And under
Thank you very
provincial
much. Thank you very much, Mr. McKenna. All right, so that related to item, our last 14C. So we will talk about that later on in the meeting.
They can ask him questions.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry if it's here and I missed it with all the other hundreds. Do we have the presentation in writing? Has that been sent to each of us?
I'm not aware. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, everyone. And through you, Chair, we did receive a written submission after office hours closed last night. So staff got it this morning and hadn't had an opportunity to review the submission. My understanding, though, is the submission we received in writing was the fairly word for word, the presentation that was just given through the delegation.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I would like to have that presentation though in front of me. I didn't get to write everything down and I had a number of concerns, and if I could have that to even look over at lunch, that type of thing, I would appreciate it.
CAO Pink, can you help us on this?
Thank you. I believe staff should be able to provide it. We'd prefer some time to make sure it doesn't contain any inappropriate information, but we should be able to forward that to you. What I can also advise is that we have asked the chief building official and building inspector responsible for septic systems. They've been provided it as well. They have reviewed it and they are available for any questions that committee may have on it and comments. So they will be attending the when that matter returns later this afternoon or morning, depending on how things go.
All right. Thank you. All right. We are now moving on to Plan Report 2026-100 ZBA 26/25, and this is Ms. Walker.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2625 in the name of FUNDENCO or Diamond Trails. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located on Old Perry Sound Road and do not yet have a municipally assigned address, and I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 168 of the agenda package. The property is also highlighted on the screen in front of you. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the subject lands from commercial open space OS3H to rural residential special and environmental protection special. The proposed zoning bylaw proposes a number of site-specific exemptions that will apply to the RUR special zone and the EP1 environmental protection special zone. The applicants are also proposing to repeal existing site-specific bylaws from the subject lands. Concurrently, the applicants have submitted a vacant land condominium application with the District of Muskoka to develop these lands with 21 lots. Next slide, please. In November of 2000, Township Council adopted OPA 27 to allow for a residential development in conjunction with a golf course with a maximum permitted density of 60 units. OPA 27 was carried forward to this township's current 2023 official plan under section M3, which is attached as an appendix to the staff report. In February of 2020, the current 21-unit vacant land condominium application C-2022-04 was submitted to the District of Muskoka. The township's role in that application is as a commenting agency. The current zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to rezone the subject lands and implement the provisions of section M3 of the township's official plan. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance of this meeting and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Kevin Gano, the Township's Deputy Fire Chief, and Riley Guthier, Planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting and no objections were raised. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that a decision on ZBA 2625 be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view of providing a recommendation to committee. And staff are recommending that comments to the District Municipality of Muskoka on application C 2022-04 be provided as part of a subsequent staff report. I have no other comments at this time, and I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Riley is also with us. She's the planner from the District of Muskoka and is here to answer any questions specific to the vacant land condominium application. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huizinga?
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. Graham Huizinga, Land Use Planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. I'm here on behalf of FUNDENCO Inc. Brian Pugliese, the principal at FUNDENCO Inc., I believe has joined us online this morning, as well as FUNDENCO's solicitor, Patrick Anderson. Patrick's been heavily involved in this application process for a number of years now, and I believe he has some comments that he'd like to follow mine with. So thank you, Caitlin, for that brief summary of the proposal. This application, as Caitlin mentioned, or this development proposal, has a long history in the township, going back to the 1990s with initial plans for kind of a mixed-use community recreational operation with a golf course, rental properties, residential components, etc. Of course, a portion of that has been built out over time in the form of the Diamond in the Rough golf course, as well as some timeshare rental cottages that are managed by FUNDENCO as well. So this is kind of the next portion, or a portion of this development proposal that has always been contemplated, as Caitlin mentioned, through OPA 27 to the township's official plan dating back to the year 2000. Caitlin mentioned that the OPA 27 initially contemplated a maximum of 60 residential units on the lands. We are currently proposing 21 units on a portion of the lands to which OPA 27 applies, treated in a way as an initial phase of development with the possibility of a separate second application coming in the future. The reason for that was upon initial submission of a 60-unit vacant land condominium plan and initial discussions with the Township and District of Muskoka back in 2018, 2019 at this point, there were concerns raised with the density happening all at once, and a large amount of additional information was requested in terms of a number of test wells, fulsome hydrogeological assessment, which one would expect for a development of this size. So upon consideration and discussion with the applicants, it was determined that we would proceed with this reduced scope of development, which did indeed also feature a hydrogeological assessment and test wells being installed, just not as many. So there's been, as you can see from the number of attachments to the staff report, there's been quite a lot of background study and homework done on this proposal over the years, dating back to my involvement, at least on this file, started in 2017. So there's been a very fulsome assessment of the biophysical parameters and constraints of this property. What that has resulted in is the proposal that you see before you today. My goal in submitting that rezoning application was to keep the development parameters as simple as possible. We basically have two zones in place, one where you can build and one where you can't. And the zones where you can't is the conservation zone that we're looking to apply to a large number of features which capture wetlands, sensitive species at risk habitat, bat roosting habitat. It runs a full gamut. And that's informed by the amount of background study that's occurred on the site to date. So we're here today, as Caitlin mentioned, to gather information and comments from committee, from commenting agencies, and from members of the public, although it doesn't sound like we received public comments to date. And looking to return this matter to your attention, hopefully in the fall, for a decision and comments on the vacant land condominium application to the district. So I've got quite a bit of involvement with the file as well. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have, and I believe Mr. Anderson is online with some comments as well. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizenga. The principal, can we bring him in? Anderson, Mr. Anderson, is it? Mr. Anderson, are you there? It declined? All right. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak either in favor or against this application, either in the chambers or online? Nobody's online. Right, committee. Let's start with questions. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the delegate. Can you, I remember this application or concerns expressed way back, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, from a resident in the area. And the concern, if I recall it correctly, was because of drinking water and their well and the impact on their well. And so I have a couple of questions for you. Can you explain, for the benefit of the public who possibly review your delegation after this meeting, what are the plans for drinking water? Not just, I know you'll take care of the sewage part.
Yep.
And the possible impact on neighboring properties and their wells.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Huizenga.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. So part of the long and drawn out peer review process was related to that matter in particular. There are a number of properties in the area that have shallow dug wells, and we wanted to ensure that those wells were not interrupted or intercepted in any way. All of the wells that are going to be drilled on the subject property are going to be drilled wells. They're going to hit deep aquifers that are not going to be drawing from the same water source as these shallow dug wells that some of the older properties have. In addition, there was lots of back and forth given the number of units that are proposed on this property to ensure that each of those units are able to be serviced properly with their own private individual well. And the District of Muskoka is looking to incorporate conditions in their eventual approval of the vacant land condominium that would specify exactly when building permits would be allowed to be secured. And that would be tied to confirmation of provision of acceptable water source. So those wells would have to be confirmed prior to the issuance of any building permits on those properties. The hydrogeological assessment also very broadly, I don't have it in front of me, of course, but did look at and review the hydrographic constraints and issues in the broader area and assess those nearby wells, in addition to the looking at the potential for water on the property as well. So I believe the conclusion of the peer review process was that our consultants and the peer reviewers for the district and township were satisfied that given the implementation of these recommendations we're putting forward at the district level, that water on the site would be no problem and that water off-site would not be affected.
Councillor Roberts, you have a second question?
Thank you. This is, as you indicated, with all the documents, this is a significant development within the area. What has the corporation done to involve the local community to get in front of and answering their concerns?
Mr. Huizenga.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, we could certainly host some information sessions, although this public meeting was kind of intended to be the forum for which any public comments would be received. And unless Caitlin, something has come in quite recently, I haven't heard of anything.
Good. Councillor Roberts? All right. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Roberts. Edwards, sorry. Councillor Nishikawa.
It's sort of a follow-up from what Councillor Roberts was discussing. And I guess I'm looking to you to look at staff. If we could request a public meeting in the future. And I say this because there's a few applications that we've had in the last year or two that in fact they're only using this forum as their public meeting, as in the past they would have something at a local community center or whatever. So I'm just asking, could we ask this since this application is being deferred?
Would staff would like to take this one on? Ms. Walker?
Through you, we definitely could look, if committee is supportive of that, at having additional public meetings as part of the township process. You could also look to direct the applicants, I believe, to hold information sessions on their side of things. So there's kind of two options. I would look to Manager Stone to kind of add if there's any additional options he sees in that regard, but that would be something we could do through the resolution today.
Councillor Nishikawa, yes.
Essentially, that's what I was looking for, like an information session held by the applicant as opposed to another meeting within the municipality, I guess.
So it sounds like that's possible if committee desired that. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, with the well testing, you did a 6-hour test and that in 3 wells, but that wasn't all at the same time. There's a day difference, wasn't there?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that last part?
Was it done, were all 3 wells tested at the same time? It looks in the report like you did one day, then one another day, one another day. It would be better to test them all 3 at the same time to see just what the recovery was.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that you're correct that the wells were tested separately, although I believe that the locations of the wells were chosen to kind of capture different aquifer or catchment areas as well. They're spaced out on the property to kind of capture different locations based on the provincial D55 guidelines. As well, the hydrogeologist was monitoring the pump tests, and I'm sure that they did that in relation to best practices in their industry.
But if they all had been tested at the same time, you may have got different results. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is possible, yes. Although,
like putting 3 straws in a 10-ounce Coke bottle.
Yeah, that is possible, Mr. Chair. However, it might not have been because they could have been tapping separate aquifers.
Thank you.
Committee, do we have any other questions? Right, then let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that a decision on zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 26/25 be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the application, and that comments to the District Municipality of Muskoka on C2 2022-04 be provided as part of the subsequent staff report. Committee, any discussion on this point? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Within Ward B, this is going to be, a big development. And we all may think that the neighbors are keeping track of everything the township is doing in applications. They're not. So this is why I emphasize that we need to get ahead of this with the community and make sure they're informed and understands what's happening rather than waiting till the end and they fill the room. So this is why I've asked that and Councillor Edwards as well, and that we as a township got to bring the community out. We got to, help them understand that something's happening so they'll get a leader in there and make sure their community is taken care of. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, do you want to make a suggested
Resolution.
resolution to that effect? And is it you want the township to be the driver of this, or do you want the applicant?
No, I would definitely have a resolution, but I think the applicant should convene these meetings and invite the ward councillors to the meetings so that we can get a perspective from all sides. So if I could have a seconder, I have a seconder.
We have a seconder. Councillor Edwards. Yeah, we got that. All right, we'll take 5 minutes to to get this drafted. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask one quick question to Mr. Pink. Is this Oldenburg? So the golf course development off of 169 that was a number of years ago, is this essentially what we're looking at? This type of, like, can I use that as a comparable?
Thank you. Through the chair. I suppose you could in some respects. I think there's similarities between the two, but as always, every property, every development is quite unique. In Muskoka, I believe the development you're referring to proceeded by way of a plan of subdivision. It was predominantly around a lake, waterfront property near the golf course. I think the current proposal is not directly, it's through a vacant land condominium proposal. So slight difference there. And I believe it's not abutting the waterfront, the proposed lots. They're again near a golf course, near a small body of water. So again, some similarities, but as always, some unique characteristics as well.
The other one.
I think you've got enough time to take a comfort break. No, we're done. We're done here. If you need, but Councillor Edwards, if you need a comfort break, by all means, take it. Far be it for me to committee. Moved by Councillor Roberts,
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add the following condition: that the applicant be required to advise and host a public information session related to the applications prior to the matter returning for committee considerations. Any questions or discussions on that? All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. Well, let me read.
And they need to have, I mean, should someone.
Well, I didn't even read this.
Oh, well, you probably should have first, sorry.
All right, so I'm going to read the amendment, the resolution that we just amended because I hadn't read it before.
Sorry,
Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Oh, maybe I did read it. Sorry, I did read it. I did read it. All right, so do we approve the
main
motion as amended?
Thank you.
All right, that too carries. Okay. Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
That is that. And now we can have our 15-minute break and we will be back at 10:25.
Sorry for interrupting. The entire process is muted.
Start again. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us
thank
now?
you. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
No, we're sorry.
Or would you like me to start again?
Yeah, I think we probably should.
No problem. Okay, so the next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1026 in the name of Sobrano. Next slide, please. The subject lands are known municipally as 29 SR 403 Shore, and I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 828 of the agenda package. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to permit a number of as-built structures, including a sports court, sauna, sun deck, dock, and boat port. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 30 days in advance of this meeting, and 8 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Kevin Gano, Deputy Fire Chief for the Township, Rochelle Story, the Township's Land and Agreements Coordinator, Riley Guthrie, Planner for the District of Muskoka, and comments were also received from Hydro One. 2 letters of support were received for the application from Andre Singer and Peter Diamond and Kate Borden. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that exemptions A and E to H of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1026 be approved, subject to the following. That third reading be withheld until the original shore road allowance is purchased, the sea-doo/dock lifts are removed or brought into compliance, and the shower structure and woods shed are removed or brought into compliance. Staff have also recommended that the as-built dock to be reduced in width to a maximum cumulative width of 60 feet. Staff are also recommending that exemptions B, C, and D be denied, and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Leppington, Ms. Leppington, thank you.
Through you,
Good
Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning. If you can state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I am Bobby Leppington of Design by Bobby, 190 Taylor Road, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1J9. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to share my screen and share a small presentation.
Are we able to do that?
No.
No?
Do we have the presentation?
We don't, but I can do it verbally. We're good. I think that the planning pictures were great, so I will just get started. I want to highlight that the property ownership has changed hands twice since my client purchased the property in 2020. The cottage and the bunkie hold grandfathered rights, and in 1999, a permit was issued to construct a dock. No follow-up inspections were done with the township until September 9th, 2010, and it was noted the dock was in non-compliance. There was no further follow-up from the township until 2024, when a pathway lighting complaint was inspected by bylaw and a file search was undertaken. So we are here today to remedy a 27-year-old dock and boat port along with the sauna and deck. We've undertaken a scoped environmental impact statement study to support the dock to remain in the position it's in for the fish habitat. A full planning justification report from a professional planner with 20 years experience in Muskoka, an engineering report plans for the dock and boat port, and this zoning application, along with closing the original shore road allowance. Our focus is on the small developed area in the front, but I want to highlight that the shoreline extends to the back bay. Over 2/3 of this lot is undeveloped, with thick vegetation showing no pathways to the back bay. The back bay is pristine and undeveloped, and we want to highlight that the shoreline extends at 0 meters on the right, but 100 feet, 30 meters on the left of undisturbed vegetation. Sorry, just give me a second. I was catching up to my slides. We have a combined shoreline width. If we were to take the two shoreline widths that we had, combine them, our dock would be in compliance. We are asking today for full approval of the application as submitted, restricting the development rights in the back bay, to focus the development to stay concentrated on the front with neighboring support and your support today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the chamber wishing to speak in support of this application or online? Is there anybody online? Okay. Committee, questions for the applicant or Ms. Walker? If you have a comment, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that exemptions A and E to H of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1026 be approved, subject to third reading being withheld until the original road allowance is purchased, the Sea-Doo docks/lifts are removed or brought into compliance, the shower structure and the woodshed are removed or brought into compliance, reducing the back dock, reducing the as-built dock to the maximum cumulative width of 60 feet, and that exemptions B, C, and D be denied, and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. Committee, do we have any discussion on this item or comments? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My question, I'm sorry I wasn't quick earlier.
That's fine.
Would be to staff. I'm very concerned or I want to understand about the sports court and the lighting and what the complaint was all about and have we resolved some of those issues?
Ms. Walker, do you know about that? It's not part of the application, but it's a legitimate question.
For you, I don't have specific details on the lighting complaint that was made. I don't believe it was in relation to the sports court because the sports court does not currently have any lighting. And my understanding is they're not proposing any lighting. Staff's recommendation to subject the application to site plan control for the sports court to address lighting as a standard condition, just to specify that there will be no lighting on the sports court, or that if there is lighting in the future, the sports court will have dark sky compliant lighting. But again, I believe all of the other lighting, dark sky lighting issues on the property were resolved at the time the bylaw complaint was made. I think bylaw is on the call if they have further comments to make on that.
Councillor Nishikawa, further?
Sorry, thank you. This is furthermore, I'm familiar with the area. I'm just trying to have a better understanding. I feel like the slopes on the other side, so it was discussed that we should incorporate both sides. I thought they were very steep, and that's what I just wanted the confirmation about on that other side, that it was actually going to be very difficult to use anyhow.
Ms. Walker.
Through you, on this particular property, the slopes aren't overly significant on the other side of the property. It likely could be developed. However, they wouldn't be permitted a dock on that side as of right with the current structure, shoreline structures they have on the property. They would be able to develop in accordance with the bylaw, however.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, any other? Councillor Bird.
Thank you. May not be appropriate for or just associated with this, but every time I see as-built coming to planning, it infuriates me. And I think it's time for the community to understand that if we can't get contractors to follow the rules and we can't get constituents to follow the rules, that at some point a council is likely going to put in more rules.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, let me call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Thank you.
All right, our next is a. Right. Next is our report from the Chief Municipal. There you are. Law Enforcement Officer with her semi-annual bylaw report.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of Planning Committee. The report before you is the Bylaw Division's semi-annual report for January to June of this year. The report does provide a lot of information, but I'm just going to briefly touch on some of the highlights. Bylaw staff have been experiencing another exceptionally busy year with a 46% increase in investigations undertaken compared to last year during this same time frame. With the short-term rental accommodation licensing program underway, we are experiencing an increase in STRA concerns, especially as it relates to unlicensed STRAs, over-occupancy, and non-compliance with rental frequency periods. We also continue to see an increase in investigations related to non-compliant development, such as building without permits, building not in compliance with zoning, tree removal, and site alteration. I would like to provide some additional clarifying information on Figure 5 that is in the report. Figure 5 depicts the enforcement action taken by staff. The number of investigations which resulted in no infractions is larger this year compared to previous years, and this is majorly due to an isolated dispute which occurred earlier this year. You will also note that a majority of investigations are resolved through education and warnings. Staff would like to note that this category does include like a formal notice to comply that provides compliance deadlines and which results in compliance being achieved and the file being closed without further enforcement action. In addition to bylaw investigations, staff have been working on bylaw updates with various township departments. And so far this year, we have updated the dog control bylaw, the parking bylaw, and we do continue to work on updating the noise bylaw and the AMPS bylaw. Staff have also been working to amplify bylaw education through a number of initiatives, which involve major updates to the township's website and proactive bylaw education through distribution of educational materials directly to business owners and residents. As we approach the budget season, staff will be considering improvements to public services such as online payments for parking tickets and AMPs, as well as updating our bylaw tracking software to potentially join Cloud Permit. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, committee. I will bet there's some questions. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. And thank you for the report. I was just actually focusing on the STR issue, and I had some comments from community members, and I don't know what's true and what's not true, but it looks as if we're having a slow pickup in licensing. I know that's not exactly your issue, but the question is, and a lot of complaints coming from the unlicensed people. How are we as a township going to handle this? We have to accelerate the process. I don't know if we're on timeline, Director Pink, or not, but it was a complaint from an STR holder who said it's been a very, very difficult process. I don't know if it's true. Could we just have a quick discussion on that?
Ms.
So
Minor?
it's twofold. What are we gonna do administratively to fix it, and what are we going to do bylaw wise to fix this?
Sure, through the chair. I don't understand what timeline maybe you're referring to. I can say that we do receive applications on a regular basis. And when we do run into those scenarios where a complaint has been submitted about an STRA that's operating without a license, we do stay on top of it to make sure they at least submit an application and are actively working towards getting their license. So we are staying on top of that as much as possible. We aren't at a point in time where we can proactively address those properties that don't have a license and we believe they're operating. We don't have the resources right now to be proactively doing this. This is based on people submitting their own applications and then us receiving complaints and addressing them in that way. So I hope that answers your question.
Supplemental,
Yeah,
Councillor Kent?
maybe what I'm looking for is, and maybe it's at a later date, but I need to know how we're doing versus what we said we were doing in terms of the licensing. Are we on schedule? Are we way off? I know we were off schedule because we started late, but then the new schedule got established. How are we doing getting through this process? And this is very helpful information, but I'd heard that we're having trouble getting it done. And I don't know if that's true, and I'd like maybe a report or some information at some point, just a quick discussion of how we're doing on that at some point.
CEO Pink, would you have comments on that?
Thank you. Through you. I guess I'm a little unclear on exactly what you're referring to as on schedule on process. I think the system is publicly available. Property owners can come and apply online. I think we've taken a lot of communications and education steps, and the community is aware that they need to. What I would refer back to, you recall the business model or the rollout. I think we estimated in the first year or two, likely about a 50% compliance rate, which I think is perhaps the other angle of your question. Obviously, looking at the numbers, we're just below the 50%. Like I say, about 40, 60, about 415 non-compliant and 272 applications in or issued. So a little less than the 50%, although it's not a little over halfway through the first full year. So I think we're roughly tracking where we anticipated. And that 50% wasn't necessarily, simply just a nice round number. I think we did consult with and benchmark with other municipalities who rolled out their program, and it seemed like a 50% compliance rate is to be expected in the first year or two. Now, 50% may not sound great, and obviously we want to get that higher. And to Ms. Minor's points, I think over time that will occur. It's a pretty robust enforcement system where we will give property owners some time, we will educate, we will give some flexibility initially. But if that number of non-compliant SDRAs remain, we will start taking more proactive enforcement action. And the AMPS fines that you've set are not unsubstantial, or they are fairly considerable. And I think that will work over time to bring that compliance rate up. But again, a long-winded way of saying, I think in the first year we were expecting about 50%, and that seems to be roughly where we are.
That's so helpful. That's what I wanted to know. I appreciate that.
Great. I think we had Councillor Roberts, then Councillor Mazin, then Councillor Zavitz, and then Councillor Edwards, if I can remember that.
Thank you, Chair. And through to staff. We funded, how many people in bylaw do we have dedicated to in short-term rentals?
Ms. Minors?
Through the chair, so the bylaw department is set up in a way where there isn't necessarily one bylaw officer dedicated to one specific bylaw enforcement. So all officers investigate everything. We do have a position for a full-time licensing officer and currently a seasonal licensing officer, but they handle the application process, not so much the enforcement side of it.
Councillor Roberts.
Supplemental. I'm concerned that we have not dedicated, at least in the first year, the dedicated staff to short-term rentals. I'm concerned with the number of non-compliance, and I think we should consider, our staff could consider dedicating resources so that we get this in line with what we thought would be happening. So it's just if you have opinion, if you have one person that's got many balls in the air, they may not be able to get right around to the for the purpose they were hired for. And we've specifically hired people for that purpose. So just a thought for consideration. Thank you.
CEO Pink.
Thank you. Just to touch on that, although Chief Bylaw Officer is correct, there isn't a dedicated bylaw officer per se to just noise bylaws or just short-term rentals. Council did, through the budget, identify the need, and as Ms. Minders pointed out, there is a dedicated licensing officer, dedicated seasonal bylaw officer for mainly licensing, and there's now 2 seasonal bylaw officers as well as 2 full-time officers. So that is an increase of to the complement in consideration directly that we knew the short-term rental licensing program was rolled out. So we do have 4 bylaw officers. It was also done intentionally to sort of a crawl, walk, run approach. I think the 4 officers, certainly Ms. Miners might have some thoughts. It's going to be it has been a challenging summer because of the short-term rental enforcement, and we've had those discussions. But it was intentional to, as opposed to hire many additional bylaw officers and have to retract. We wanted to evaluate the program through the first year, and we will likely be coming back through the budget process if we need additional resources based on our experiences this summer.
Thank you. Councillor Mazza.
Thank you, and through you. And I think actually Director or CAO Pink's final comment is largely where I think taking things up a level. I just wanted to quickly note that interested to see in the complaints that in a good way, I guess, but that we are getting on top of these site alteration and tree conservation. That seems to be a fairly large portion of what you're handling, which is fantastic. Kind of picking up on those last comments about resources. I'm thinking I have a few things if I could, but I was thinking to yesterday's meeting with the GIS technician from the district. I know that one of their portals that we've invested in is to track short-term rentals. And I thought that there was a link also in our ability to manage enforcement using AI, using technology like this. And I just, is that correct?
CAO Pink.
Thank you. Ms. Miners can correct me if I'm wrong, but we are utilizing technology. I think we have to. There's no other way. There's a number of software providers that track the activity, properties that are renting short term, and that's how the system works. The GIS presentation that you saw yesterday, I think that's more of a public facing portal, so neighboring property owners can see which properties are licensed and which are not. So if they are aware of, again, activity occurring, they can go online and see that a license has yet to be issued and contact staff. So that's the public facing portal. What staff have been working on in the last year to 2 to 3 years is getting the behind the scenes enforcement software in place to allow us to roll out the program earlier this year.
Councillor Mazza.
Thank you. And through you, and just taking it away from just specifically the short-term rental, I was curious, knowing that there's a lot of interest in proactive versus reactive enforcement. So figure 1, and it doesn't need to be an answer today. I'm just curious as to, what is for a municipality, our size, the demographics, the seasonality of this place, is there a model out there that would indicate a nice balance between percentage-wise between what should be considered proactive versus reactive? So that's question number 1. And then this, and again, not to be answered today, these are just thoughts as I'm reading it. I noted in here, there is pressure from a resource standpoint, and I always consider resources in the human resource capacity and also the resources, and that's why I brought up the AI tool. There's new tools that are available to us, and just that balance. It just seems like that combination, there is some pressure in the system here. It sounds to me like you've already said, staff is on this, and if there's a need for incremental resources, it would come at budget time. But I would be always considering both of those. It's more just a general comment. I think, I don't know. I'm looking for a specific response at this point. Thanks.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you and to Rachel. I guess to the councillor's point, resources. When I do look at the observations on short-term rental, 161 licenses have been issued, 111 applications are being reviewed. Here it is, the middle of 2026. Obviously, you're stretched pretty thin. I'm observing that, and I'm wondering through you, to you, do you have enough resources to clear out these 111 that are pending, and presumably you're getting more requests daily or very frequently? Do you have that resource available to clear these, or are these 111 going to be still pending in September?
Ms. Miners.
I will note that some of the numbers that are sitting in the applications in progress are unfortunately, some applicants have began the process and have decided to not continue working on those applications. And I think we'll see some of those numbers move into the non-compliance section where bylaw staff may perhaps take enforcement action. On the other end of things, unfortunately, the bylaw department does have a bit of a staffing vacancy, if I can say, at the moment. So we just have a seasonal licensing officer assisting in processing those applications. So it is a bit of a unique situation this summer with that, but we are doing the best we can with the resources we have.
Supplemental.
Well, thank you, and through you too. I suppose my only concern with that answer, and thank you for that, is the impacts of that on our budget. And we're trying to power up budgeting, and yet we have deficiencies that we need to fill. And I do worry that if I were a short-term rental person applying, that I would be frustrated that I wouldn't be, paid attention to quickly, in a expeditious manner, if you will. If that's is that a 1 week process, a 1 month process? Do we send somebody out, you review your property, get everything signed? Maybe we need to look at that and man up a little bit, or resource up a bit, just to make sure that we can, is there something we need to clear to get on with this?
CEO Pink, would you like to comment on that at all? I think you already have, but
Yeah, I don't have.
no more comments. Councillor Edwards. And then
thank you,
Councillor
Rachel, excellent report.
Basin.
And I see we are going after the short-term rentals. There were 30 complaints filed, I think, on that. It's only second to site alteration. With the pie charts, the percentages are great, but if you could put the numbers in like you did on figure number 2, where you've got the bar codes, it really help you. You know exactly what it is. But other than that, excellent report. Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Referring back to Councillor Zavit's comments and to David Pink's comments, I appreciate the fact that we're getting to the 50% number and we're on target, but it's the 111 applications are the one that I've heard the issues with. And I don't say complaints, just issues with. And I think that Councillor Zavitz is onto something, which is the community is feeling frustrated that that process is taking a really long time. Maybe that's because they're being difficult. It also may be because we're not responding fast enough because we don't have the resources. So my request would just be to make sure, maybe go back and look at it, because that was where my comment came from. It wasn't that when you add it all up, yeah, we're near 50%, but it's the 111 that are pending that has been the community voice that I've heard, for what it's worth.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, I believe, is online and has his hand up. Mr. Snyder?
Thank
morning.
you, Chair, through you. I just wanted to build on comments by Ms. Miners regarding the 111 outstanding applications, and comments from Councillor Kent that in some cases those delays are a result of the reviews done by building department staff. I don't have numbers on those at my fingertips, but there are outstanding building permits that need to be resolved, that there are compliance issues with the sewage flows and proposed occupant loads of the STRAs that need to be resolved in advance of issuance of those licenses. So just to add a little bit more perspective and background on the situation. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder, I remember reading, I think it was either Bracebridge or Gravenhurst, that was a very big problem. During the application process, they found out there was a lot of non-compliance based on building codes and things like that. So valid point. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. A quick comment. I am always loath to tell staff how to do their jobs. They're very competent, they're very capable. However, since we're hearing feedback from other members of the public, it might be useful to get a periodic report once a quarter or something, or monthly, that basically calls out the turnaround time. from application to issuance of the license, with a bit of a footnote on the outliers and how much of the outliers are literally problems where the applicant has issues that are taking time to resolve. If we could speak, intelligently to that when we hear that there's frustration with turnaround time, I think would be a lot better armed with information if we had that kind of a report.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I support what His Worship has proposed. Also, to give more of a quarterly report, and hopefully we can get one before this end of term, how we're making out with the whole project and where short what could be enhanced or things like that. I do have a question for Ms. Miners, and sorry if it's in the report and I missed it. Can you talk to the value of the application, which was sold to us as being a great tool to get out, to mine out properties that are renting without a license? Is it coming across the way it was proposed to us?
Ms. Miners.
Through the chair, I think we're just starting now to see how effective that's going to be. Personally, I do think it's going to be effective for those problematic STRAs that are causing, nuisances or over occupancy and frequency in the community. Each scenario where there is a bylaw contravention or a contravention of the license, it's almost like a 3 strike and you're out type of rule, and those unruly places quickly get there. And the bylaw does allow us to suspend the license, and as CAO Pink mentioned earlier, issue some substantial penalties. So I do think it's going to work once it's fully
Councillor Roberts.
there.
Sorry, just a supplemental. In the report to come back, I would like to know the value of that tool, because that we are basing our hopes and dreams on that tool. And my position is that maybe a person won't get a license, but if they're quiet in that, we're not bothering anybody. It could be an environmental problem, but at least we've got this somewhat under control. I'm sure as soon as you are aware of something like this, you guys will be on it. So it's just that I want that tool to return what they said it would do and get the value out of it. And so I'd like to know more information about that in the future. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly, would you like to make a resolution requesting that staff report back on a regular basis on some of the items we've discussed?
Thank you. Through you, I can't imagine that it's necessary, but I certainly can.
CEO Pink, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. Through you, I think similar to the comments from Councillors Avitz and Mayor Kelly, as we've heard, I don't want to put a number on it, just anecdotally, but I think a large percentage of that 111 relate to issues, as Mr. Snyder pointed out, with the property owner, and we expected that too. Once you dive into properties, you will discover whether it's a, fire code concern or past building permit that needs to be closed. I don't think a majority is related to staffing or delay on staff's end. Happy to produce a report with more specifics if committee wishes, but I think rest assured that staff are aware of this program, monitoring it. We're learning a lot in this year. I think it is under control. Again, I can see some challenges. We've had those discussions. I'm not sure if the bylaw enforcement resources or staffing are at the levels we need in future years. So you will, again, perhaps see that in future budgets. But I do believe the applications that are coming in are being reviewed and processed. But I think a large part of it too is not just necessarily issues on site, but ensuring that when applications are submitted, they're complete and fulsome as well. I think a lot of times we're getting partial submissions and then not getting much cooperation to bring them to a complete status. So I think that's the vast majority of the 111. It's not that there's a pile sitting there and there's not enough staff time to get to them. I think there's issues that have been identified, and understandably so, property owners need some time to correct them. They're not things that necessarily can happen overnight either, to have building inspections done and bring their properties into order. So we are monitoring that. Happy to produce a report to get into a little more details if you wish, but certainly, please rest assured that staff are on top of this.
Mayor Kelly?
Just a quick follow-up, and thank you for the indulgence. I don't want to add to the staffing problems by taking a staff person and asking them to fill out reports all the time. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not a systems person, but I wouldn't be surprised if the system we're using doesn't already log and track. And if we could find which button to twist, you might be able to get it to spit out a periodic report showing turnaround time and a rough way of categorizing how what the holdup is, what category it's in.
Councillor Mazin?
Thank you. And through you, perhaps a slight addition. I'm assuming that at some point, this was a fairly significant initiative we undertook. I just heard CAO Pink say staff are learning a lot, asking a lot of good questions. I think for me, this could be at some point a program overview, your program report at 1 year in. Here's everything we've learned. And as we get into launch 2, here are some of the things we can incorporate, the more holistic view of it all. And I think that's where some of my questions were a little bit earlier too, is knowing all these different tools that are out there and available, that can complement sometimes the human resource stress that we may be under. So I think I'm just imagining a short-term rental project update, debrief, whatever you want to call it at the end of the year 1.
CEO Pink?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Zan. Excellent point. I should have referenced that, as you probably have seen in a lot of our projects, whether it's a community improvement plan or a dark sky bylaw. We typically will come back within a year or 2 as to how it's going. We've already identified, I think, some tweaks to the bylaw that are necessary. We've got a list going, and we certainly will report as to the successes and challenges we've had and necessary amendments to policies or bylaws that we need to address those. So I look forward to that in the coming months.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Through you to Rachel and your team. I just want to, I suppose, kudos to what I guess would be, what I would view, the word would be responsive. You've been very responsive to the people in Ward A who have interfaced with me on these issues, on many issues. And even the fact that you get back to them, your people get back to them very polite, very client facing, great service level. So, it's noticed. Thank you.
Anything else from council or committee rather? Ms. Miners, I'm with Councillor Zavitz. I'm very impressed. I'm astonished at the number of items you go through, 300 so far this year. That's a really big number. I'm very pleased to see that 20% of them are proactive. Sort of as a subset of that, when you are at a site looking for whatever it may be, dark sky, do you look around the site for other items as well?
Through the chair, I guess it would depend on the situation. Typically speaking, for example, when it comes to property standards, we are required to look at it from a whole and look at everything. So if it's property standards, maybe, and we do try to take the opportunity to be proactive for dark sky bylaw, for example. If we do notice somebody is burning, providing them education. So time permits, for sure, we do try to take the opportunity to be proactive.
Good. And the second question is, I know last year you were getting out on the water with some regularity. How is that going this year?
So when we do attend properties that are water access only, we certainly, of course, attend that property and deal with it. I will admit, with the high volume of investigations that we have this year, we don't we don't have a lot of time to be proactive on the water when we are out there. We are really focusing on complaint-driven basis this summer.
Thank you. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, and maybe just in the same vein as the short-term rental report at some point. And I think that was part of where I was asking questions earlier too, is to understand the strategy and what's appropriate goal percentage-wise. We can feel good about 20%, but maybe the goal should be in a municipality of our size. I don't know. This is why I'm asking the question. Maybe it's 40%. Right. And there's different measures, different things that we can do in order to accomplish said goal. And so I think that's a bit more strategic of an approach and would set us up well. But I don't know if that's in the future coming from staff, and that was kind of the start of my conversation.
CEO Pink, there's some interest in having a report. You've committed to doing that. Do you need more specific directives in terms of a resolution, or are you happy with the feedback you've heard in the meeting?
Again, I think I'm happy. It's certainly, if committee wishes to solidify any specific requests, happy to consider a resolution. But as noted, under the bylaw policy and procedural manual, we're required to report to committee twice a year, which is what you're seeing now. So even if there's in the interim some questions on short-term rental or other aspects, every 6 months, we'll have an opportunity to discuss, as we are now. And again, the intention is, as with any major program or new bylaw or new policy, to report on its effectiveness after a period of time. But in the interim, again, you will see Rachel in about 6 months' time.
Committee, are we happy with that then? Any further questions or comments? Council? No? Yes?
Just going to say, as long as, back to Councillor Abbott's comment, when we get to do the budget in the fall, or when whoever gets to do the budget in the fall, has to have the information on how we're doing prior to the budget coming out. That's
Fair.
That's my only edit.
All right, committee, no more on that? Ms. Miners, thank you very much. All right, our next item is return of some unfinished business. This one is Report Plan 2026-085. It is a bylaw and maybe severance, I can't remember. It's B0104 19/26 ML and ZBA 02/26. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next applications to be heard are consent applications B01 to 04 19/26 ML and ZBA 02/26 as amended. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the proposed concurrent consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications is to grant 3 lot additions, 2 rights of ways, and to gain exemptions necessary to finalize the proposed consent and severance applications. The application was originally presented to Planning Committee on May 14th, 2026, and staff did have concerns at that time with the cumulative width of the docks and boathouses on resultant Lot 2 and recommended that exemptions A and B be denied. The application was deferred at the applicant's request in order for the applicants to work with township staff and submit a revised proposal. Next slide, please. The applicants have since amended their proposal and are proposing to remove an 8-foot swim dock on resultant Lot 2. The removal of the swim dock would reduce the cumulative width from resultant Lot 2 from 107 feet to 99 feet. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for our committee's consideration. Staff have recommended the applications be approved subject to the recommended conditions of consent outlined in the staff report and the recommended revisions to the bylaw. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sherba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stefan Sherbach, Landscape Inc. 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Very briefly, 3 lots right beside each other, equalizing the lots, between them, bringing some closer to compliance. So really just trading some land back and forth. The technical amendment, zoning amendment in front of you is essentially just to deal with the structures that are in place. Place and recognizing them through zoning. We have 3/4 of the property owners that are here. If you have any questions related to that, and again, the last aspect of this is just essentially to formalize rights of ways to each of the respective lots. Again, it was deferred. We took staff's comments into consideration, came back with a revised proposal. Happy to see that staff are supportive of that. And I think there's a number of photographs that are contained in your staff report showing a lot of the existing structures that are in place and as they exist now to sort of help and offset the zoning amendment in front of you. So if you have any questions, I'm here for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anybody in the chamber wishing to speak in support of this application? All right. Oh, sorry, this is not a public meeting. Never mind. All right, committee. Do we have any questions for the applicant or Ms. Walker? Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved the consent application B 0102030419/26 be approved subject to the following conditions. 1. That the certificate of consent under section 53(42) of the Planning Act, along with the transfer and preparation, be prepared by a solicitor and shall be given to the Secretary Treasurer within 2 years from the date of the notice of the decision was given. 2. The one hard copy and a digital copy of satisfactory registered reference plan of the severed land/right-of-ways prepared by an Ontario land surveyor be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, which corresponds with the applications as submitted. A draft copy of the reference plan shall be provided to the Secretary Treasurer for review and approval prior to registration on title. 3. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the resulting lots 2 and 3 are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with an existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. 4. That the subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act applies to any subsequent conveyance for the lot additions. 5. That a satisfactory consent agreement under section 51(26) of the Planning Act be entered into with the township and registered on the title of the resultant lot 3 and contains provisions to the satisfaction of the township that includes, but is not limited to, small I, requirements for a future site plan agreement will include provisions as outlined by sections L6.6.2(e) of the Township 2023 official plan. And 6, that a legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor which confirms that the severed lots will merge in title to the benefiting lots upon registration of the transfer/deed, which may include a cancellation of consent if necessary. 7, that rezoning be approved to permit the reconfiguration of the subject properties and the areas. 8, that the 8-foot swim dock on resultant lot 2 be removed to the satisfaction of the township. 9, that shed 1 and the privy be removed or brought into compliance on the resultant lot 3 to the satisfaction of the township. 10, that the shed 2 be removed or brought into compliance with resultant lot 2 to the satisfaction of the township. And 11, that an old dwelling, refer to figure 3, be removed on resultant lot 2 to the satisfaction of the township. Committee, absorbed all that? Any discussion? All those in favor? That carries. Second one is moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendments application ZBA-2/26 be approved subject to the following. That the draft bylaw be revised to permit a maximum cumulative dock width of 99 feet and a maximum cumulative single-story boathouse width of 75 feet, and that schedules to the bylaw be revised as required. That the draft bylaw be revised to specify that no additions are permitted to the docks or boathouses on resultant lot 2. That the draft bylaw be revised to include relief from section 1, small I of bylaw 2008-149, which permits parent lot number 1, bracket unit 1, to have a minimum lot frontage of 265 feet, and the bylaw 2005-119 be repealed. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, our next application or returning application is ZBA 04/26 Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary, and Mr. Stone is presenting that one to us.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth and the rest of the committee. So the first slide is just the introduction. The application that is being brought back to committee as requested rezoning of the property, ZBA 04/26 by the name of Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. The committee will recall that the statutory public meeting was held in May of this year. It was well attended by applicants, the agent, members of the public as well. Several comments were in support of the application, as well as several letters of concern were received, as well as a presentation made to the committee at that meeting. The committee did defer the application for consideration to allow staff to undertake a fulsome review of all the comments that were received, both public and agency related, as well as to look at the relevant policies and appropriate regulations for this proposed use going forward. The applicant also was asked to submit additional information that included information on the septic systems, the streams that traverse the property, as well as documentation in regards to the status of lots 50, 59, and 60. And this was provided to staff on June 12th and is included in the staff report. Next slide, please. Let's see. Sorry. Okay, the next slide you'll see is a revised site plan that was submitted to staff for its review on June 25th of this year. And as noted, the subject lands are municipally known as 1116 Crawford Street. And this site plan appears on page 992 in the agenda package. The property is currently developed with a number of building and structures and animal enclosures in support of the existing use of the property, which is the wildlife sanctuary. The purpose and the effect of the rezoning request is to recognize that this existing use on the property, and to also recognize 3 new rescue enclosures that were constructed as temporary shelter for animals. And the application also proposes to increase setbacks from lot lines, both front and side, and deem the subject and deem them are appropriate for what is proposed. Next slide, please. So in terms of background, notice, as mentioned, was provided of the public meeting back in May in accordance with the statutory Planning Act, or the Planning Act. Comments were received from the township's departments, and no objections in principle to the rezoning of the land. There was a few things such as parking that was on the municipal right-of-way that were noted, and they can be dealt with through a separate process that is administered by the township's clerk's department. Comments were also received from the Ministry of Energy and Mines, indicating that they do not have any more concerns. There is a mine on site, but it's been satisfactorily rehabilitated. Comments were also received from the district with no concerns being raised. As mentioned, there were several letters of opposition or objection were received from the neighbors. Concerns range from the location of the enclosures to noise being generated from those enclosures, the appropriateness of setbacks, just it's the relationship of the use in terms of the neighborhood, habitat disruption, and the status of the lots, and the definition itself. Finally, that there was no approvals for the enclosures and exotic animals being housed in them, being the lions. As I stated, and it's in the report on pages 973 to 977, the agent did respond to these concerns, and as I noted, several letters in support of the rezoning have been received and included in the staff reports. Next slide, please. From an analysis standpoint, you'll see that it is a recommendation report. We're recommending as staff that the rezoning be approved now that we've assessed all the comments and the relevant policies within the official plan. Further, the agent has submitted the 3 documents that we were looking for, a letter in relation to the functionality of the septic systems, a letter that identifies the existing streams on the property, and they have now been reflected on the revised site plan, and evidence that confirms that the two lots, 59 and 60, are actually merged in title and deemed one lot for the purpose of this review. Next slide, please. Staff have provided a fulsome analysis of the policies within the 2023 official plan. We focused on two specific ones, section H212, which speaks to agricultural uses. So one could look at this as a specialized agricultural use. There's very many similarities to an operational farm where their animals are being housed and cared for and so on. Another and probably more poignant section in the OP is N15.6, which N9.2, which allows council to consider an existing use to be brought into compliance through zone change. And it's really looking for whether or not the use that's being proposed is sized appropriately, is compatible both with the internal features on the property as well as the neighborhood, any future development that may happen surrounding this use, site planning, and desirability and appropriate servicing for the lands. So based on our review, staff is of the opinion that recognizing the statutory use conforms with these policies, and that's reflected in the analysis on pages 947 to 51. Next slide, please. So in terms of exemptions, what you'll see is probably the most important one is exemption A. And as part of the process of preparing for the rezoning, the applicant provided staff and this committee a definition. And staff is of the opinion that it's appropriate, it sufficiently recognizes the existing use and allows it to continue on. The one thing that through our analysis that was raised is the very last line, which I've struck through. It's probably appropriate for us to just suggest a slight change to the definition to allow for future flexibility. And that would be to strike out the reference to township and the province and just allow the licensing to be undertaken by the appropriate government agency. So there may be, in the future, we may not be into licensing these types of operations. With also, it's noted that, I'll say next slide, please, as well. It's also, in terms of the exemptions, you'll notice B was really initially brought forward because there was uncertainty that the two lots were actually one. It has been demonstrated by the agent that documents suggest or actually tell the story that they are merged together, and so you can delete that as an exemption. The other things too that was noted that's significant to this, and it takes into account where the enclosures, the newest enclosures, are located. The agent is recommending an enhanced setbacks from the front and side yards, and that is being increased from the existing 50-foot setback to 100 feet. So next slide, please. So we were fortunate enough to attend the site again and have a thorough walkabout on the sanctuary lands, and that happened on the 26th of June. And there was a number of photos that I thought was appropriate to be taken and then shown to the committee. And the first one that you see is we're standing on Crawford Street and looking at the enclosure in its fenced compound. And what we were suggesting, we had this conversation out on site, is it possible to add additional plantings for to increase the visual buffer for anybody who's traversing the road? And there is there is some consensus with the applicant and the agent to do that. As a result, you'll see the recommendation includes that recommendation for the enacting of site plan control on this property. Next slide, please. So here, again, you just have a close-up of just one of the three compounds. And what we wanted to illustrate here were the, what they refer to secans and then the exercise area in front of that. Next slide, please. And there was a number of concerns about security. And so we actually were able to talk to the applicant about what they were doing with security. And there's a number of cameras located on the enclosures and at the front gate. And they carry smartphones that are linked to these security cameras. So in essence, there's opportunity to view this particular location 24/7 and respond accordingly if there is an issue. So next slide, please. I believe that might be it. Yes, thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bosenworth. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. And I'm here representing Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary today. I've saved you from a PowerPoint presentation, so hopefully that'll help a little bit. Also present is Linda Wimps, the Executive Director, and Gord Forfar, who is the Chair of the Board of Directors. So if you happen to have any questions on operations, for example, they're here to answer them. I'd like to thank staff for their positive report. I know Steve kind of got thrown in this and into this in the middle, so he's done a yeoman's job getting up to speed, and I thank very much for his report. It certainly is a very unique application. I think we always, as planners, stand here and say this application is unique. I think this one you'd say is very unique because it's the only one in the township that I'm aware of. So I just wanted to first indicate that the deferral letter that we received just basically asked for three things, and that was letter of opinion regarding water courses, and then septic as well, and the title. There was no additional requirements for any information related to noise, for example. I will go through, I've got just a bit of a laundry list. I'm going to be very quick as to the items that have been addressed. And I believe that also planning staff have either agreed to or they haven't required any additional information. So firstly, the area where the enclosures are is not a significant deer habitat area, as was portrayed by some in the area, as defined by the official plan. It's not a deer wintering area. The increased setback of 100 feet is satisfactory to staff, and that is all around the property for any future structures. The definition of wildlife sanctuary does not require any further refinement except what was noted this morning, and we have no objection to that. It's a fairly comprehensive definition. The types of animals that are housed on the property is not something that's governed by zoning bylaw. That is a licensing matter. So that's, again, it's similar to, as I mentioned in my brief regarding or addressing concerns of the neighbors, that, you know, an automotive repair station, you can't control what kind of vehicles is the person's repairing. So this is the same kind of thing. Nextly, the locational criteria seems to be satisfactory what I submitted. There were some other suggested locations that we looked at that were not satisfactory. And we have this located in the best location possible. Noise on the property generally is a very low level. I would note that when we were out on property, Steve was present. I've been out on the property 4 times now. And, you know, what you hear is the ravens. That's what you hear mostly. And they're very, very loud. And they're not part of the wildlife sanctuary. They're totally wild. And they're the ones that are squawking and screaming. And if you want to listen to them, certainly go out to the property. But a brief sort of noise memo was provided voluntarily, and as noted in Steve's staff report, there is a complaint process related to noise. Evidence has been submitted that lots 59 and 60 have never been separate lots. Actually, they were patented together. So that lot line between is actually really non-existent, quite frankly. So we've proven that. We've provided reports in the wildfire risk assessment, watercourse location, the septic function, and the gold mine matter has been addressed by the Ministry of Mines, and I think you saw that in your supplementary agenda. So I do agree with staff that certainly the proposal is consistent with BPS. It does conform with the district and township plans. And I just want to say that, we're the main part of this, in my opinion, is they're trying to accept a use on the property that's been legal non-conforming for many years, but should be a conforming use, because Aspen Valley want to get on with reconstruction of buildings that quite literally are starting to fall apart. And so they need this approval to be able to do that. And we're already behind in some of their building schedule, if you will. And the other part of it is to legalize the CCANs. The enclosures are there. The zoning bylaw does not govern fencing. So the fencing certainly could have been constructed and was constructed. It did not require any municipal approval. It really comes down to the CCANs. And the CCANs overall and the overall operation of the sanctuary is really very minor, quite frankly. So we're hoping that we've addressed the matters to the satisfaction of the township, and we request today approval of the zoning bylaw application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions of Ms. Walker or the applicant? Councillor Zivitz.
Thank you, and through you to Steve Stone. I guess the one item, the site plan control, I know we don't usually discuss that at any length at this stage. I'm just wondering what you envision. I mean, this is a very unique, to Mr. Fauner's words, a very unique development, probably one of the most unique developments in our township. I'm wondering has there been any discussions, or what efforts are going to be made in the site plan control phase to, like, what are we trying to do? Hide the thing or highlight it? Or I just wonder, I don't know if that's even a fair question.
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. So yes, we've actually had several conversations with the agent on this. How would I would say that we're trying to implement site plan control to allow for operational flexibility over the long term. And so I have done this elsewhere where we actually look at creating an area where they can undertake various activities without the necessary need of getting amendments to the site plan over and over and over again. So you define, I'll speak to some of my commercial development where you actually site plan approve an entire property, but you ghost in phases as it goes. So that's how I envision the site plan going. What we're trying to accomplish first and foremost really is to provide some additional visual buffering across the frontage in front of these this new set of enclosures. So as you can see in the one photo that I provided, it is bare, shall we say, on the left side of the gate. And so we're just trying to add to more of a forested look across the frontage. So I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Through to Mr. Stone. In the report, and a delegate earlier this morning mentioned this, that the staff reports identifies that committee could consider noise buffering. Can you elaborate on what you said in the report and what your thoughts were with that, please?
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Chair, to the councillor. So yes, if you look to the very end of the report, it speaks to alternatives. And while staff wasn't overly concerned with the noise issue, for a couple of reasons. One is a proper noise attenuation study wasn't provided to us for analysis, therefore we couldn't have it peer reviewed. Secondly, while we were on the site, it was pretty obvious that the sanctuary operation is actually quite quiet. And while we were actually in the enclosure, there was an animal in there. It was a wolf, as I understand it, and we had to be the more quiet ones so we wouldn't disturb it. So, but with all planning applications, it goes through adjudication process and it's presented to a committee and then ultimately council. If they have heard things that are concerning, then you can sort of send it back to staff for further consideration or direction. You can also look at amending what is being proposed. And that would be, if you're concerned about noise attenuation, you can ask for that to be built in or considered as part of the site plan process. And that was sort of alluded to in the at the tail end of the report with alternatives. So I think that answers your question. Do you want more elaboration on that?
Councillor Roberts.
I think it'd be better if we read the resolution and then I could speak to it.
Do we have any other questions from committee yet? Sure. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-04/24 Aspen Valley Wildlife Sanctuary be approved subject to the following revision to the draft bylaw. Removal of exemption B to deem the properties as one lot for planning purposes, and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, Chair. I've been involved with this application for a long time, and I've talked and worked with both sides of the application. And on the neighborhood, you wouldn't have heard any noise when you were there with a wolf, but there were reported from the properties right near the enclosure that there were, in their opinion, a noise that was quite bothering and quite troublesome, to a point where one resident moved off her property for last summer. And committee were reminded that when they first brought up the concern, the residents, we said we'd handle it in the noise bylaw. And so we deferred it to them. And so I'm thinking that, and I'm asking my peers here, if for the community, if we could have site plan control look into the benefit of these noise buffering panels for future noises that could bother the neighborhood. That's
Great. Councillor Nishikawa and then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. A lot of my questions seem to be around, or my concerns are about the animals that stay there. And it really kind of bothers me that what has been presented today doesn't allow me to actually address that. It's because it's a licensing issue. Where I have questions about this, though, is throughout the report was like, well, we've done this before, so it's just acceptable. That's not the case for me. And I'm really concerned that in accepting this today, that we would be accepting the fact that lions have been on the property in the past, and that we would just be saying, bring them in whenever you want. That's what I've kind of read, and I'm not sure where the stop happens. And I also don't know what temporary housing for lions means. Like, what's temporary? Is that 24 hours? Is that 2 months? Is that a year? Those are the kind of questions I have that I'm not sure I'm going to get answers to today. And I'm not sure why we don't allow, like, we're not having this part of the discussion, because it is my biggest concern. I could not operate having a lion's place next to my property, and it could be 100 acres next to me. I still couldn't. I'm just aware of how my animals would react, never mind the wildlife, the deer that I get to wake up and look at every morning, those types of things. So I'm just not sure even how to ask some of these questions. The security really concerns me. What I heard at the last meeting was where some of the people that were operating the facility, they were like an hour away. And so you saw something on your phone, but guess what? What are you going to do after, you know, something has occurred? How far away is help, response? Like, what do the neighbors? And those neighbors, from what I've gathered over the years, because the same thing, like we've been all part of this sanctuary for many, many years in different ways. They relied on the neighbors. They relied on the volunteers in the community. But I don't see that we're doing anything to address the lions situation. And I don't know how to stop this. So I'm looking for some suggestions.
Mr. Stone, would you have any comment on Councillor Nishikawa's concerns?
Thank you, Chair, to the councillor. So it is correct that the license really precedes the rezoning request, because it's been licensed, as I understand it, by the municipality for it hasn't been. Sorry.
Has the municipality license for lions?
Mr. Stone.
Well, it is my understanding that it has been. So, but I would have to look for that license and produce it.
CEO Pink, do you have a comment?
My understanding, again, is that it has been licensed. The township does have an exotic animal bylaw which prohibits exotic animals on private properties. That bylaw explicitly states that that is not subject to zoos and wildlife sanctuaries. We do have a zoos and wildlife sanctuaries bylaw. I do not believe it prohibits the licensing or controls or regulates the type of animal. And my understanding is the license has been issued for the operation. Should committee have concerns about which animals are permitted or our licensing requirements, I would suggest that an update to the zoos and wildlife sanctuary bylaw be considered.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Along with that, then, has there been a report submitted from another zoo somewhere of how lions should be kept, and how, like, has the municipality been able to see what security should be in place to house exotic animals and that type of thing? And we have had it experience where another location, their animals got loose. So I don't want to just say that this doesn't happen here. So I just, like, what have we done as a municipality to say that we're protecting our neighbors?
Perhaps the applicant might want to make some comments on the item of, you know, what standards are set by whatever organizations for the keeping of lions, both in terms of how they're treated and security requirements.
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. Do I need to state my name and address?
That would be helpful.
Yes, Linda Glimpse. I live.
Push it up, I think, yeah.
Looks like it's on. Hi, Linda Glimpse. I live at 18 Belvedere Avenue in Perry Sound, P2A 2A1. We are actually, when it comes to the welfare and the housing and the requirements in terms of shape, size, habitat, that is all governed under the province of Ontario through the Animal Welfare Services, which we are subject to annual reviews, which we just actually had in July. And I think a report has actually been submitted to Township, which was the result of the annual report from last year, the annual audit. The other thing is that we are also under the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries. We are accredited with that. We are the only one in Canada, wildlife, that has that. Wildlife would include native, non-native species. So we also have to adhere to those requirements and standards to maintain our accreditation. We did consult with GFAS, and just to be very clear, these are not permanent enclosures. If these were permanent enclosures, they would not have been appropriate for housing animals like we did. They are there because Humane World for Animals recognize that there is no facility in Canada for emergency rescue and temporary housing, while either a permanent sanctuary is found for these captive animals or until permitting is received. And that permitting is often when the animal has to be transported out of country and imported or transferred into another country, as was the case with the lions. So again, these are good temporary enclosures. I know there was a comment made this morning by Mr. White. How do we know that these will never become permanent? We're not in need of permanent sanctuary enclosures. We have many on our own property. We house over 40 sanctuary animals, and that's not what the gap is in Canada. The gap in Canada was a need for wildlife to have a temporary housing. You asked an excellent question. What's temporary housing? Let's define it. It all depends on the rescue. It really does. We were, I can say this somewhat confidentially without getting into too many details, but there was a chance for us to get another animal, one single animal. It was an exotic, and it was a seizure from Animal Welfare Services. And we were asked to take it for 2 weeks. Turned out we didn't need to. The Toronto Zoo ended up adopting it as a permanent. So again, in the case of the lions that we had, we ran into many things that caused their delay in transport. Number one was they were going to the States, and while we were waiting for the permits, the United States government completely shut down. That was completely beyond our control. The other thing that happened was when the lions were ready to leave in July, half of them were ready to go, and then one of the other group that was sanctioned, or sorry, was going to be transferred to a different sanctuary in the States, she gave birth. And as part of animal welfare, you cannot transport a mom with nursing babies. So again, we are always thinking about animal first, always. And so again, there are things that are sometimes out of our control. But again, keep in mind, these are temporary, because for an animal to have the unfortunate, be unfortunate to have to live their entire lives in captivity, these enclosures that they have to live in permanently have to give them the best possible life and mimic their natural environment as much as possible. We wholeheartedly admit that these rescue enclosures that we built are temporary, because we would never foresee an animal being held in there on an ongoing basis. It's not appropriate for them.
And just a sort of a clarification, do those the provincial and the international body, do they set standards around security for things like for those kind of enclosures?
They do. So especially with Animal Welfare Services, and actually even the Ministry of Natural Resources is another provincial entity that we are licensed with. We hold 2 licenses with them. One is for the ability to rehabilitate and release wildlife, and the other one is for the license to hold captive wildlife, which is our sanctuary, which is our permanent. The MNR very clearly states that we can only keep captive animals on a permanent basis if they are native to Ontario, and if we are using them for educational purposes, which is why we have the guided tours.
Councillor Mazin, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Mazin and then CEO Ping. Oh, I'm sorry. Some time ago, you had your hand up.
Thank you, and through you. I was trying to respond to a comment made by Councillor Roberts about sound attenuation and incorporating some element of that into the site plan. I mean, it's unreasonable to think that we can pad the entire circumference of this property, but I do understand that it might work with the notion of kind of a free range zoning or a site plan arrangement that Mr. Stone was mentioning earlier, so that if there is a particular beast that comes in that makes more noise and you want to attenuate, that there's a way to incorporate that into site plan with some portable, I would assume, way to put the sound barriers or sound shields up. I mean, I don't know enough about this, but I can't imagine. I thought for a moment you were suggesting that we kind of blanket the whole place with mufflers. No? Okay.
CEO Pink, and then Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. Through you, I just wanted to clarify, I believe it was Councillor Nishikawa's earlier comments, the zoos and sanctuaries wildlife sanctuaries bylaw, does require both a closure plan in the event that the zoo or wildlife sanctuary ceases to operate, as well as an emergency plan in the event that the zoo or wildlife sanctuary suffers a fire escape, epidemic, or other event that could adversely impact the animals. My understanding is that was received, admittedly not an area of expertise of staff, I believe licensing staff did reach out to other experts to ensure that that plan was satisfactory. And on that basis, a license was issued. Again, what you have before you is a request to legalize a longstanding use to recognize a wildlife sanctuary. If you have concerns about the licensing process, our regulations, what we would require as part of that license, that would be an update to that separate bylaw that you could direct staff to undertake.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think I was just trying to bring us back to what the recommendation is before us, which is exactly what Director Pink, or sorry, CAO Pink is just mentioning. And my only comment is, I don't know if Mayor Kelly's comments about having, I don't know if it needs to be included in site plan control, or perhaps we can just have a comment on that about, you know, non-fixed noise attenuation for the moment. If you have a 2-week interval that has one lion in there, is that something that can be just handled under site plan control? So
Mr. Stone, can you comment about, there seems some interest in noise attenuation.
Thank you, Chair, and to the councillor. So as it was, the recommendation was structured was very, shall we say, benign in the sense that it allows site plan control to be unfettered in terms of what we require. Where we were talking in the report really was to provide some indication of what staff was really interested in accomplishing. We did that through discussions with the agent. Committee could be a little bit more specific if you wanted to, and amend that second recommendation to address such things as land screening and noise attenuation if you feel that's appropriate. As I said, in the report, we didn't feel it was a requirement for the recommendation to go forward dealing with noise attenuation at this time.
Mr. Stone, do we have any idea of what noise attenuation might look like? You mentioned that we do not have a noise report. And so if we were to consider that, how would we define something that we don't know whether it's going to work or not?
Thank you, Chair, through the rest of the committee. So based on my experience, the two most common practices for noise attenuation would be an earthen berm or a noise wall, or the combination of the two. Looking at how the compound is set up, I would suggest that a berm is not possible given the physical constraints and the location of the parking area in front of the closure. So it might be that they look at some form of noise attenuation wall. That being said, it would behoove committee and council to have an acoustic engineer look into that and provide the recommendation, because certainly staff doesn't have the qualifications to make any sort of recommendation in that regard. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And no way to imply putting a sound barrier around the whole compound. It was just within the enclosure that is temporary. And I saw it in the report, and Mr. White did comment on it. And I was talking about, you know, we do not get into site plan control. But given that there were one or two people that were very bothered by the noise of the animals during the period they were there, I was wondering if staff could work somehow, and I guess if you need an expert or something like that, you would have to discuss that. But I'm just thinking about the community and their reported concerns. So I guess I don't want it as a motion, but we can't.
Councillor Mazin.
thank you, and through you. I think based upon what I'm hearing from staff, I think the applicant has heard loud and clear that for the people in the very in the proximity, there is a concern around noise, and I think I'd like to see this move forward as it is written today, but have that neighborly relationship honored and respected to know that there is an impact when animals of different background come into the community, and just continuing to have good, solid neighborly relations in that regard. I would be interested in seeing this move forward as it is today. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I'm just looking at it. It says a wildlife sanctuary protects the animals and their natural habitats. Lions aren't a natural habitat. It's got to be stressful for the other lions if you're a deer or something like that. We're having a lion roaring and that, thinking you're the next meal. Bringing a bait in or something like that, if they want to have exotic animals, they should. I never would have, when we passed the exotic animal bylaw, I would have included that at the time if I ever thought they were going to put something like that in. And I think they should have a noise engineer. I would move that because, like I say, they should be looking at the neighbors as well as the other animals in the enclosures. And it'd be simple. If they don't want to go to that expense, just put it in that they'll never have exotic animals other than North American animals that live here. That's what people would have to get used to the noise to. They shouldn't be forced to listen to a lion or any of the other animals and that. And I don't think it's fair to the neighborhood. They never expected that. We heard people that were in here that actually volunteered there for years and that. So they were worried about the animals. So, you know, I think not only the neighbors, but we should be looking at the animals.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Similar to what Alan had just said, I heard when the applicant came forward, I've been listening, and in both meetings, I never heard a concern about the neighbors at all. And that really concerns me because they are taxpayers as well. And I really am concerned that we are not addressing the issues for them. They already have to put up with, and they were more than willing for many, many years for the natural wildlife within that we experience in Ontario and Muskoka. I'm very, very concerned. I don't even know how to vote at this moment because I'm just so concerned that we are not addressing the needs of the other tax-paying citizens. And quite frankly, in just saying, well, temporary can be today, tomorrow, it could be, we don't know. All I kept hearing was the excuses of why temporary can be forever long, essentially. And so it really concerns me that there's no control over this. And it also really bothers me that, again, this whole idea that we're just going to monitor things from a phone from afar. We're not experiencing the same issues that the people that live there that have to experience at midnight or whatever time of the day. That really bothers me that the lack of consideration for the neighbors has really impacted me.
If the applicant could address the issue of monitoring from afar. And sorry, is your microphone on? I'm not sure. Okay, fine. Thank you.
So just to clarify that we do have staff housing. It is a residence. It is a permanent full-time employees. We have 2 permanent full-time employees that live at 1060 Crawford, which is the adjacent property to 1116. In addition to that, we have 4 permanent full-time employees, 4 volunteers that also live at 1116. It is a residential volunteer housing that again is adjacent to our main office, and we operate 365 days a year. We have animals that require 24-hour care. We always have staff that are on property all year round.
All right, thank you very much.
So, yeah.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I wonder if the applicant could explain the emergency measures that they have in force if one of these animals get out and that, like they have staff there. Do they have a weapon to shoot?
Councillor Edwards,
what is their emergency plan is what I'm
I
asking.
do think we're getting outside the scope of the resolution in front of us.
Okay,
If
then
you would
I'm sorry,
like,
I'll have to vote no, because like I say, until I get some answers, I can't support this if they're putting exotic animals in. If it was just normal animals that are North American, I would support it 100%. But because of the neighbors' complaints, I can't support it unless I know there's some abatement being done. Thank you.
all right, so do we want, I think we need to have a resolution about the abatement. The staff has offered that as an option to put in. So I think I need a resolution. If we want to do that, then I need a resolution and a seconder. And we can have the debate and decide, and committee can decide whether we want to ask the applicant or demand the applicant to put some sound attenuation structure in place without actually knowing what we're asking that's going to be effective. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, through you. And I just want to intersect because I want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. That before us, what we have is a planning application, but I'm hearing a lot about the animals, and I just want to confirm what I think I heard from, I'm going to say Director Pink, CAO Pink. Thank you. Is that the wildlife, and I'm just trying to write it down, the wildlife bylaw that we're talking about? Is that where we would govern the type of animals that are in there, or?
CEO Pink.
Thank you. So I should preface my comments is not particularly my area of expertise either, licensing wildlife sanctuaries. I think staff would appreciate some time to probably research that aspect. But I believe if you wish to explore regulating the type of wildlife, it's probably best in the licensing bylaw. Typically zoning bylaws under the Planning Act work that you aren't able to get to that level of granularity. For example, you can permit a single family dwelling in a residential zone. You can't dictate or define what a family is or the people that reside in. Similarly, I think you can define a wildlife sanctuary. I question the authority or ability to regulate which animals are then permitted to reside. Similar to the agent's comments, you can permit an automobile repair shop. You can't dictate that they can only fix Toyotas and not Hondas. It's a similar sort of concept. I think, again, licensing and site plan control, you have more flexibility and authority there to get into those finer level of details. So I would suspect it likely would be the licensing bylaw for wildlife sanctuaries where we could explore regulating the types of animals. But again, I would preface my comments that that's something I think staff would like to do a little bit more research on to confirm. I don't know, Mr. Fauner standing, whether he has wishes to add to those thoughts.
I think it's time to hear from Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think in a way we are getting a little bit off topic, I think, and getting away from the zoning and recognizing the existing use. But I wanted to say I'm quite happy to work with Mr. Stone, and we can certainly craft wording in terms of site plan agreement that deals with noise attenuation. One of my concerns is of course, listening to this and from the applicant's point of view, are they going to be spending a huge amount of money to put in a noise attenuation fence, but they don't have any lines ever come? So, you know, that's one of the difficulties that nobody really knows. And that's another thing there isn't really an answer to. But I think maybe we can craft wording that if that type of thing, there's got to be some sort of a tripping point, if you will, that triggers that we've got to do a noise abatement plan. And that maybe, you know, at some point, whether it happens to be lions or a similar species and the numbers of them that come in, that triggers that. Because certainly this year, I can speak for 2026, there's been almost no noise emanating from that area because there's been very limited use. And chances of that happening, as I indicated in my further submission, that in speaking with my client, the chances of that happening again are pretty slim. It's not 0%, but it's a very, very low percentage that they would have that same type of situation occur. And they have been using the enclosures on a very limited basis. I don't believe anybody is, you know, registered any complaints this year in 2026. So, but I believe that Mr. Stone and I can craft something under site plan control that there is a trigger point at which noise abatement has to be done.
Councillor Edwards.
And maybe if we crafted it in that if there is exotic animals going to be housed in there, they do a noise abatement. In other words, if you're gonna bring lions in, you better do something. If you're never bringing them in, you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
And that is fair. Like, I'm not trying to shut them down. But I want to make sure the neighbors are happy too, because we've heard it loud and clear and that they're against, and I don't want neighbor against neighbor. This is the worst thing you can do, but I think if they were going to bring exotic animals in, wherever they do the noise abatement thing, and if I could get a seconder, I would make that motion.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fawner. That sounds like a reasonable and a way forward through site plan control. That certain triggers, I liked your word triggers, would initiate that. And I think that's a good thing to proceed on.
Wait a minute. All right. CEO Pink, then Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, through the chair. What may help with the discussion as well, certainly we could try multiple approaches such as through site plan control. But committee may also wish to be aware that under the licensing bylaw, there is a section on nuisance abatement. And it requires that any person licensed shall not cause, suffer, or commit any nuisance in or connection with the operation of the sanctuary. So while the Zoos and Sanctuary Wildlife Bylaw doesn't prohibit or control, again, the animals currently, the operators must have an up-to-date inventory of the animals housed there. So if during the, someone has an active license and a new species of animal were to be brought in, they're required under the license to inform and update their inventory with staff. And through that, again, process, we could look at those nuisance abatement measures to ensure that the appropriate measures are in place for that type of animal. I think admittedly, this was a learning process this past year for staff. This is obviously not a bylaw we typically deal with often or a license that typically is our expertise. But I think we are aware of tools now under the licensing bylaw that could address noise again through these measures. Now, again, we could go through it through the site plan as well if you wish to see it in both. But I think I think it is largely covered under the Zoos and Wildlife Sanctuary bylaw.
Committee, are we ready to call a question? All those in favor? Are you counting? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Committee, it's 12:15. We've had a long morning. We only have one application left, but all right. So I got the general sense we'd like to go through, push through. Does anybody need a 5-minute break?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that works.
10-minute break.
Where are they able to message someone, or do you want me to go and ask them?
Who, Nick?
No, Nick, that's fine. No, the delegate, do you want the delegate? Do you want us to message the delegate for this one?
No, no, I don't.
Okay.
Get no, get no. No. Why would I let him?
I thought that's what you said, so.
No, sorry, I wanted Nick.
Nick?
It was wondering why you'd be. Well, I don't know. It was, I just want to make sure Nick's on call, because it's lunchtime. All right, everybody. Yeah, we're ready to go. So the next application, we've got Caitlin. Next application is Algonquin International Corporation zoning bylaw number 19/25. If we could all be quiet, please.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. We're just going to wait for the presentation to be brought up. Maria. Okay, the next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1925 and the name of Algonquin International Corporation. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to amend the permitted uses on the subject property to increase the number of parking spaces, amend the location of the permitted buildings and structures, and repeal bylaw 2021-034. The application was originally presented to Planning Committee on April 16th, 2026, and a decision on the application was deferred by Planning Committee for staff to undertake a review and analysis of submissions received in response to the application, and that part of the deferral, the following items be completed. That staff could discuss with the District Municipality of Muskoka the ability to install speed monitoring data collection systems in front of the subject property for the week before, during, and after May long weekend, and to proceed to do so if possible, and that additional signage in the area to improve driver awareness and safety also be reviewed and explored with the district. Next slide, please. Township staff reached out to the district regarding the items noted above. The district was not amenable to installing speed monitoring and data collecting systems on the road outside of the subject property. District staff advised that additional signage could be considered through their standard side permit and road occupancy permit process, and staff understand the applicants are exploring the potential signage options with the district. No amendments have been made to the application, and the only additional comment received after the April 16th Planning Committee meeting was from the Township's Emergency Services Department stating no objection to the application. This was included in the comments posted to the document center. This morning, staff did receive a letter of objection from Peter McKenna, who also delegated to this matter, and this letter has now been circulated to council or committee, sorry. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended the application be approved, subject to the recommended revisions detailed in the staff report. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you accommodating us. I know we're at the end of the agenda. Thank you very much for your indulgence in moving this forward. I'm going to keep it very brief as well. Yes, the application was deferred. There were a number of items that the applicants attempted to address, mainly with the traffic issue and the signage, again, exploring the signage issue with the district is currently ongoing. With respect to things like traffic, I'm going to remind the committee again that there has been a traffic engineer that completed a full report. No issues at all. This report was reviewed by the District of Muskoka. The District of Muskoka has also agreed that there's no issues with any traffic that is coming to and from the building itself. There were some discussions about lighting. The applicants are working through your dark sky bylaw and through your site plan to address any lingering problems. All the fixtures, I believe, are now compliant with your dark sky bylaw. There is a secondary application and amendment to the site plan agreement that's necessary. If there are any other questions or concerns, that will specifically be detailed in the site plan agreement application. So again, just to reiterate a quick point here, this is a not-for-profit organization. It's been ongoing for quite some time. The application in front of you is very straightforward to basically confirm the uses in terms of removing that old meat cutting McMaster's, including a food store, changing the name from a marine museum to a museum, very, nothing out of the ordinary there. And the museum definition will include things like day camps and fundraising events and organized programs. This is common to every museum in and around Ontario. They all have the same similar type of programs available to those who enjoy these facilities. And then finally, from the capacities being requested to increase by 25 people, from 125 to 150. As a result, 10 extra parking spaces are also requested through this application. I agree with staff's recommendations, agree with their report, and we would respectfully request committee's support for this application today. Thank you. Oh, sorry, if I may, just to address the delegation as well, related to the septic. In my mind, clearly this is an issue with staff and the building department who have issued the building permit. If there are questions relating to the approved building permit, I would trust that staff will work with the applicants at this time. But again, in my mind, this is a totally separate issue than what's in front of you today, because the septic system exists. It's there today, it's operational. If it was issued in error, I think that's a discussion with staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else, either in the chamber or online, wishing to speak for or against? Good. Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's not public. Never mind. Mr. Snyder, I believe you are in the waiting room, and perhaps you could address the issue that was raised by the delegate.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. There were a few points brought up by the delegation of the Environmental Protection Act, which does form specific parts, I should say, do form part of the applicable law as defined by Division A, Part 1.4.1.3 of the Ontario Building Code. In particular, Sections 46, 47.3, 168.3.1, and paragraph 2 of 168.6 bracket 1, none of which are particularly relevant to sewage systems, as the sewage system design, installation, construction all falls under the authority of the Ontario Building Code. The concerns raised regarding the setbacks from the water sources, or not water sources, but surface water features on the site have also been confirmed by staff as being both at time of install and between the meetings, or in the recent past, staff have confirmed that both systems comply with the setbacks required by the Ontario Building Code of 15 meters from a water body or surface water. Additionally, the sewage system, being a tertiary treatment system, requires the operator, the owner, to engage third-party servicing and maintenance contracts, which include that they ensure the system is in operational conformance with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code for CBOD 5 and TSS, which mean, and forgive me, carbonaceous biochemical oxygen demand and total suspended solids of the effluent after treatment of levels 10 milligrams per liter or less. We've received recent testing from Waterloo Biofilter, the manufacturer and the service provider for this system, indicating levels of 10 CBOD, 10 milligrams per liter for CBOD, and 3 milligrams per liter for total suspended solids. So these are well within the required operational regulations of the Ontario Building Code. So in regard to the comments raised and the questions asked, staff is satisfied that the system is compliant with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code.
Thank you very much for that thorough report. Committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, I suppose, to Stefan, if I might. So the washroom facility, if you will, going from 125 to 150 in terms of attendance, knowing this as a gathering place, there will be opportunities where there's a surge, a surge attendance piece where maybe there's 185 people. What is the trigger with the owner to turn on to like porta potties, portable toilets? I mean, at some point in time, the system will be overwhelmed if they're, because you can't just say, okay, 151, sorry, you can't come in. Is there an allowance for that? Have we considered that?
Mr. Sherburne.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The system was over-designed on purpose for this. To answer your question, yeah, I believe it's licensed. There's provisions for occupancy under the liquor license. Fire department also have it. So there is a specific occupancy, to address that. Hopefully that answers your question. Thanks.
Committee. Mr. Snyder, you got your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. To build on Mr. Sherback's comments, actually, there is a requirement that the occupant load not exceed 150 people for this building or the services, because the sewage system is only designed to support those 150 people, and the building does not currently, and to my knowledge, has not been proposed to make improvements to the building life safety, fire alarm systems, things of that nature, to support an occupant load of greater than 150 people.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
So I'm assuming through the chair, Mr. Snyder, that would be staff as well, or if there's anybody at a day camp, that would be included in the 150?
Mr. Snyder.
The occupant load of the building cannot exceed 150 people. In the event that programs or outdoor events are operating, they would be considered as part of that occupant load from the perspective of the sewage system capacity. Obviously, outdoor events, we wouldn't have life safety concerns in terms of exiting the building or things of that nature, but they would be considered and captured in that 150 persons and be serviced by the facilities within that building.
Thank you.
Committee, any further questions? Because I'd like to move on and read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 19/25 be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. That the maximum capacity for the museum building, including the event center, be limited to a maximum of 150 people, and that the word generally be removed from exemption 8 related to the configuration of lot coverage. Now, I know we have a proposal for an amendment to that, but before I go on to that, are there any other comments or discussions on this application? Councillor Robertson, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I'm going to bring up site plan control and a suggestion. This is on our scenic corridor. And with the development on the property, there have been changes to plantings specifically related to the pond. The pond that was there for decades, and it was actually a lot was taken out to facilitate the fire ability to fight fires and draw from the pond. There's also, what I'm asking if the site plan control would consider that since this is in our scenic corridor, there is a berm on the one side there, do plantings on top of that to hide the building, and to do something to reestablish the plantings or the growth over time, big large trees or whatever, to make the event center not just jump out. So that's my ask or my suggestion.
Ms. Walker.
Hear you, and thank you for those comments. I think those were heard by staff at the last meeting and are heard again at this meeting. Staff will be working with Beacon, who has recommendations on additional plantings on the property, which account for some of the things like the fire access that did require some of the plantings to be changed. I also do acknowledge it is in a scenic corridor. So through the site plan control amendment, we can look at additional plantings along the portion of the property that's along 118. Yeah.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I'm glad to hear someone recognizing the scenic corridor there. But if we wait another month or two, it'll be hidden behind all of the insurance company signs that the district authorizes. Thank you.
What a shame. That was a short one.
Committee, do we have any other discussion on this? Councillor Nishikawa, and then I think Councillor Roberts, you want to do your proposed resolution. Councillor Nishikawa.
Through you, and I'm not sure who can address this. I think it was going to be the building official, but it was just about the proposed uses of the porta potties as well as the food trucks or extended vendors that came in, and about the lot coverage. And I get that there's some words written here, but I don't see the same translation further down within the bylaw. So I'm just not sure what it says that these a porta potty would it be part of lot coverage, or the food truck would be part of lot coverage. And I'm just wondering when and how we ever will see that.
Ms. Walker.
Through you, thank you for those questions. So specific to the porta potties, they would contribute towards lot coverage. And because based on staff's current recommendation, we are proposing lot coverage be locked into what is shown on the submitted schedule. There's no porta potties shown on that schedule. Therefore, if they wanted porta potties in the future, they'd have to come back for an amendment to permit them under the lot coverage. My understanding and speaking with the applicants is they have no intent on using porta potties in the future, and that the future uses will be accommodated by septic on the property. So I think, does that answer your question regarding the porta potties? Okay.
All right.
In regards to the food truck, it does not contribute towards lot coverage, which I know is a bit counterintuitive, but it is considered a vehicle. It can move around, so it's not considered in our lot coverage definition. It is currently a permitted use on the property. There's no changes to the permission for a food truck on the property. So it would be permitted to continue moving forward.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, with the food truck, there have been complaints about the food truck running a generator all day long from the neighbors. There is power on the property. Can they not be requested to use power from the property and not a generator to annoy the neighbors?
Ms. Walker.
Hear you. Unfortunately, that doesn't really fall under our scope as part of a planning or zoning bylaw on the property. The food truck is permitted to have a generator. The noise bylaw does not address generators for that use across the township. We could look through the site plan process at some additional landscaping, buffering from neighboring residential properties to try and reduce any impacts from the noise from a generator, but that would be kind of the extent of our abilities through the planning process.
Councillor Roberts, would you like to present your proposed amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. I've been thinking about this since knowing that it was going to come back, and it was my understanding that the concrete safety barrier installed by the district along Highway 118 in Bracebridge, adjacent to the retail business, was intended to enhance public safety. Property owners in the vicinity of the proposed Algonquin property have on several occasions expressed concerns to committee regarding traffic safety, particularly with respect to safe ingress and egress from and to Highway 118. District staff report concluded that the proposal will have no material impacts on the operations of the adjacent road. But the study that they based this was done on off-season or off-peak time. Committee may recall that during our previous consideration of this application, I requested that staff meet with the district staff to ask for a real-time summer traffic study be undertaken and the results provided before this meeting. I never heard back on the results of that discussion. As that has occurred, that I'm requesting a motion at this time, requesting the township ask the district to commission a revised traffic impact study based on real-time summer traffic conditions. Councillor Edwards has agreed to second this motion. This approach would allow the applicant to, as I wouldn't delay, I would consider, approving this application. But what this would allow us to do is, in the future time, when we got those numbers back, we could assess it at that time to see if any mitigation steps were needed based on a real-time study. Because we all know, especially people drive that road a lot, and I came out of the event center the other day and looked both ways, turned, and within seconds, someone was on my tail. Because they don't, traffic is not traveling at the speed, posted speed. So that's my ask and for a resolution.
Well, I can't print it.
Councillor Edwards?
The only thing I would add to that, and that what Councillor Roberts said, the district, if they won't do it, the applicant should, and it should be in rush hour. And that because there had been an application to run a summer day camp there, which would be closing at 5 o'clock at night, not 2 o'clock like the traffic expert told us. And that because that's when the major traffic is, and they should have a traffic count there. And that it would be nice to know the average speed travel as well.
All right, we have a draft resolution.
Are you okay with adding that the applicant do it if the district decides?
Is Ms. Walker, do we know if the applicant is able to do a traffic study on a district road?
Through you. I think my first comment would be that the applicants have done a traffic study for the property. They got an opinion and an amendment through the current application to address the changes that they're proposing on the property. District staff have reviewed both the original traffic study and the update to that traffic study based on the current proposal. And district staff are satisfied with the outcome of that study and are satisfied that the current road does not require any upgrades or mitigation measures to accommodate what's being proposed. Based on that, township staff are recommending that the application be approved with the recommendations in the staff report. We don't have concerns with the traffic. However, committee has the ability to request an update be done or a peer review be done at the cost of the applicants. I would just also comment that township staff have reached out to the district. They have advised that they will not be undertaking a further study on this portion of the road. We did follow up and they did not feel one was required at this time.
Councillor Roberts, do you still want to put your resolution
I
forward?
do, but I would like it to be the district that does the study rather than the applicant.
They won't do.
And well, just a comment, it took some serious traffic accidents along in front of the residents for the staff on their own. They did not come back to committee to put those barriers up. And so we're proposing, let's see if there is a concern. And I'm asking the district to spend our money to do this traffic study.
Councillor Edwards, do you second that? Because you wanted the applicant to do it. So what is
Well,
the resolution?
As far as I'm concerned, looking at the traffic study, it was done at the wrong time of the year, the wrong time of day. And a lot of these studies seem to be done that way.
Councillor Edwards, the question
No,
is,
just, and that I would like it, as I asked, to be done in rush hour. Because if they do run a summer camp, it'll be discharging it between 4:30 and 5:30 because parents work to pick them up. And what I'm worried about is an accident there. If they,
Councillor Edwards, you've already mentioned that. My question to you is, do you want Councillor Roberts is suggesting the resolution?
I'll go with whatever he said.
I just.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I want to just quickly follow up, and I apologize if I missed this. If the traffic study were to be completed and came back and said, this is a bad thing, a bad scene here, what are you hoping would happen?
Councillor Roberts.
Save at least one life.
No, but by what? Telling everybody it's a bad scene? Are you
No.
proposing that the speed be dropped, that the cloverleaf go in, or I just don't know what you want to happen.
So that's not mine to decide. Mine is, I'm trying to point out that we should do a study that done during rush hour and let the powers to be, the staff, to recommend what needs to be done. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you.
All right. CEO Pink.
Sorry if I apologize if I missed this. I'm just looking for a bit of clarity. We have the resolution, I think, more or less drafted as requested by Councillors Edwards and Roberts. I'm just wondering, the draft, the recommendation and the resolution before you is to approve the application.
Yes.
Are you looking to amend that to not approve and instead complete the study? Because I'm a little confused as to the steps. If it is,
Good point.
I don't understand how you would then approve, but then require a study after.
So I'm not an
clarify
expert at
the
this, but
process.
I feel that it should be approved today. But I would like us to take the extra step, as the district did with the concrete barrier, to do an assessment. Is there a concern? Not wait for an incident to react.
CEO Pink.
I guess I would suggest to you, if there are traffic concerns and the study would return that it is an issue, then maybe changes would be needed to the application. I think we've got sort of the cart before the horse. If you, I think once you approve it, the application, the process is done and there's a 20-day appeal period. I question what authority we would have to ask for a study or technical details after giving approval. I'm not saying your concerns, I'm not questioning their validity. I'm just saying I think what you would want, or what you're asking, is that it not be approved and we wait for the results of the technical study, because doing it the other way around,
Okay.
I think I don't see how we achieve any outcome from the findings of said study, nor do we have the authority to even require it. Because again, the process concludes once you make, I apologize, once council ratifies the bylaw in 2 weeks' time.
Councillor Roberts, are you still wanting to put your amendment forward?
Yes, I do, and I want to follow the protocol. So whatever is the appropriate protocol.
Do you want to, do you need to change the draft to say that you don't want to approve the application until there's a traffic study done? Because CEO Pink has effectively told you that we wouldn't be able to do anything if we asked for the traffic study after we'd approved the application.
May I ask a follow-up question on that? what's the impact to the applicant if we don't approve this now? What's the impact to them?
Mr. Sherback.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the councillor, I mean, it's simple. They're doing their events right now. They're a not-for-profit. They're trying to make money. If they have an extra 25 people, it's money that's coming into the museum as well to help support the not-for-profit. So they really, you know, have been working forward with this. And as the planner had mentioned as well, I mean, we've got a professional engineer that has written a report and stamped and signed it. So there are professional obligations when an engineer stamps the report. I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to comment on how a bridge is being built or how a traffic study is being completed. But if the engineer has saying that there's no concerns with it, and the District of Muskoka, who also have professional engineers in their office, and it's their road, also agree, I'm curious as to how we're questioning these professional reports.
Mayor Kelly.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Sherback sort of stole my thunder. We tend to like to do this around this table. We have extraordinarily capable staff, both at district and here at the township, doing the job that they've been trained and in many cases licensed to do. In this particular case, the district staff did the initial assessment, decided it was fine. We've gone back, I guess, and I don't know when we asked them recently, but asked recently to take another look at it. They don't want to do it. We don't know how to measure road risk better than they do. We don't know how to understand what speed limit might change or what widening the road and putting a turn lane in. That's their job. And I realize we shouldn't turn a blind eye to it, but quite frankly, you know, we seem to really want to do other people's work. And I think it's dangerous.
Committee, give me 2 minutes to confer with, or a minute to confer with the deputy clerk, please. Right, committee.
But you're gonna read it first, or did you want me to show it to them? Yeah, or do you want to show it?
All right, committee. The movers and the seconders have approved this wording. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to defer a decision on the application and replace it with the requirement to request that the District Municipality of Muskoka commission a revised traffic impact study based on real-time summer traffic conditions. So do we have any questions of the any discussion on the resolution? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. So to clarify, I'm not trying to do staff's job. What I did is when I read in the report, and correct me if I'm wrong, the report was done off-season, in the middle of winter, or late. That's what I've read to it, and it really didn't measure traffic volume during our peak season. So, and I will turn back to Mr. Sherback and ask the question again. What's the impact if we defer this?
I just call a question, if you will.
All right. All those in favor? All those opposed? Defeated. And we're back to the original. Is there any further discussion on the original resolution? Did I read it? No more discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay. Do we have another resolution?
To adjourn, accept.
Good.
Entrance.
No, nothing. All right, committee. Here we go. Second, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Edwards. We have resolved that the planning committee meeting be adjourned at, darn it, 1:02. That's that 2 minutes I wasted at the beginning. And that the next regular planning committee meeting be held on Thursday, September the 17th, 2026 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers, municipal offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. A special planning meeting will be held on Friday, the 17th to July the 17th at 9 a.m. via an electronically in-person hybrid format for the from the township office is in Port Carling. Everybody agree? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much, everyone.